everybody, and welcome to the D-Pad. I'm Rick, and this is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That's interesting. I don't know why... Oh, hang on a second. Okay. I saw there was an icon on the thing, and I was like, oh no, that doesn't mean frozen, does it? Cool. Yeah, hello. We are diving into our... What I assume... I mean, it's close enough at this point that I feel pretty confident that this is going to be our final two streams. All of our stamps are now on the map in full. These little bits down here, these 4 are just because I literally was 4 stamps short of having literally everything we have left to do in the game on the map. As you can see, I now no longer have to clarify, like, oh, well, if you stop over here and if you kind of go around the river and all of that stuff. Now it's just like the icons on the map are the things we have left to do. That is all of them. As you can see as well, the Gerudo Desert is, for the most part, pretty deserted. Har-he-har-har. Just to... we kind of worked through a bunch of this stuff as we were just clearing this out before anyway, but... I do have a cloud save as well. I forget... I make a point of saving after every stream, so I'm certain that we're at least safe on that front, but... Yeah, it's always wild to see the map get so, like, small. Small isn't the right word. It's still huge, but I mean, like, the stuff we have left to do in the game is, like, today we're going to be doing all of this, I was going to say Necluda, Farron stuff, and then probably start on the Gerudo Highlands. I don't know which side I'll start from. I might just start from here if I just go straight up. But we'll work our way through the Highlands. I don't suspect we'll get through all the Highlands tonight. We might. That might be like kind of the end goal for tonight is get through all the Highlands. That way next time we can do the actual desert and then the push through into Central Hyrule to complete the game. We have 239 Korok seeds to go. We have 6 caves. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 side quests. And we have 4 Medals of Honor, and that's kind of our set. We have 89.88% over here, so literally, I think 6 Koroks will get us to 90%. Because I want to say they are actually half as valuable in this game, thanks to all the new locations. But yeah, so I think we're going to just start by getting these 4, and then heading into our first of 6 caves for tonight. We're definitely getting through all the caves tonight, because all 6 of the caves that remain are in Farron, so that'll be a thing. We'll be finishing off the Colton quest, which will be kind of nice. We will not have to worry about bubble frogs ever again. So let us begin. Oh, am I going to have to go right past these assholes? Why don't we just go ahead and reverse it? We're just going to start from here and we'll go the other direction. I really don't feel like... I'm at the point where I am kind of just avoiding dealing... Oh, I had my bike. Ah, damn it. That's fine. I'm at the point where I'm kind of avoiding conflict with random mobs again. Similar to how we were for Breath of the Wild. Just because, like, if I start running low on weapons, then yeah, I'll probably do it again. But, like, for the most part, we're good on... Like, we don't have amazing... Like, we have a bunch of weapons that are kind of whatever, but I also have a handful of these weapons that are sick, and I don't really need to worry too much about it. Let's put something good on you. What do we got here? We haven't really fought many construct things lately, but we do have a Soldier 4. There we go. So I think yellow is the closest one? Yeah. So the funny thing is, I mentioned during the last stream, for a game that is entirely focused on oh yeah, only 3. This is actually a fight. For a game that is entirely focused on Zonai Ruins, the one of the last places we're going to wind up seeing in this entire game is the location named Zonai Ruins on the map. It is still one of our locations we have not technically been to yet. All right, so got that there. They don't want me to dive from, like... No, okay. So let's... Oh, get some bananas, though. I guess from a tree is probably fine. Oh, actually, that little sticky out bit should do it just fine. Yeah, I do like the bubble frogs as, like, a fun little thing for it. It's one of those ones where the further you get, the closer you get to 100% on any real game, it does start to be like, okay, all right, We're checklisting. We're kind of pushing through. We're doing our best. And, like, if anything, I wish, like... Oh, I guess they are worth they're worth 0.04%, not 0.02%. They used to be, I think, 0.08% or something. Now they're 0.04. I might be a little bit off with my math here. But yeah, no, I almost wish that the bubble frogs were more puzzle oriented, but I could also see how that would get to be a little bit much. A little bit much after a while if, considering the shrines are by and large very puzzly, and the dungeons are, like, ostensibly puzzly, and even a handful of the Sky Islands are a little puzzly as well. So, like, doesn't necessarily have to be always puzzly, but it does feel like you just kind of find them in places. I don't know. So there should be a dude. There he is. How we doing, buddy? There's no way that I've fought this guy before. Let's go ahead and just... Let's do this. Guess we're just never going to bring up the thing. That's fine. There we go. And he's dead. A few grundle stabs, and he is down. Trying to find their hiding locations, find out how to reach them. Yeah, I think that I'm glad that they didn't, like, because they definitely could have done far less for sure in terms of, like, doing stuff with them and making them, like, an interesting part of their the various caves. I do like that every cave has a bubble frog. If anything, I kind of wish that the wells had, like, a specific, like, I get the wells themselves are the collection thing. It is a little frustrating from a collection standpoint that I'm going to have a hard time finding one right now. Here we go. Yeah, so you have the well, it's listed, but it doesn't show you that you've already talked to what's-her-name about them. So it's weird that the caves have check marks, with the check marks indicating that you've gotten the bubble frog. The wells don't have a check mark to indicate that you have or have not turned in the existence of them. Meanwhile, the shrines also only have a little icon on the name, but not on the actual icon on the map itself. It's odd that there's 3 different ways to display that same cluster of information, you know? It's not the end of the world. It's not, like, bad or anything, but it's definitely a little interesting from, like, a UI standpoint. This is probably not something that would bother anybody else, but it's, like, literally my job is UI and UX. Equally, and, like, I get that this was a thing that they did already kind of mess up with Breath of the Wild, but man, I really do wish that they fixed the monster encounters on the map. The fact that you have to go to the monster to see whether it says defeated, and also sometimes, as you can see, the health bar doesn't even show up right away all the time. It's weird to me that is still a thing in this game. Oh, who's that? Who's that? Oh, Lunatic 52. Hello. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you very, very much. Wait a minute. Hang on. I'm dumb. I keep forgetting. The little bring is not one of my custom sounds because that's the YouTube one. Someone subscribed on YouTube. I need to fix that. I'm going to fix that before we come back for Persona 4 Golden and Smash Brawl next week. I will fix that. I keep forgetting, and then it catches me off guard every time. Right now, all of our custom sounds for... You know, I'll do this and then I'll go down. All of our custom sounds for stuff in Streamlabs is melee based. I actually need to update those for Brawl. Now that we're finally going to be getting back into the Nightmare streams next week. We took a little time off there, which honestly I needed a little bit of breather. because what I did, like Air Ride and Canvas Curse and all these things kind of roughly back to back. Ooh. Discovery, Rosla Lake Cave. Oh, that's right. This is what it was. It wasn't a. It was not a Korok seed. This is an interesting little one. Ooh, hello. Okay. Oh yeah, let me mark this off of my thing here. So let's put on our Zora gear. President gives a bestiary and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, they kind of do, right? Like the compendium sort of functions as a bestiary, but only if you stop to take a picture or if you buy the data later, which is like it's an interesting way of doing it. And I guess they had that in Breath of the Wild also, but like, oh, what the fuck? That was an interesting location here. So I was expecting we were going to try to flood this, but I'm a little less sure now. Okay, well, there's that. Oh. I just want to stand. Ooh, really? Oh, come on now. We are painfully close. All right, we know how to deal with this. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there are definitely games that give you a lot more information on what you've killed or not, or like, hell, Hades is a great example of one that. Or no, actually, Hades is not a good example of with. I actually don't recall if the codex actually tells you how many you've killed, but an example that comes to mind quickly. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Eternal Darkness. If I recall correctly, Eternal Darkness gives you a like monster compendium style thing at one point as well. And I think based on how much you encounter them, other stuff can happen. I'm trying to remember how it worked. It's been a long time since I played Eternal Darkness. I highly recommend it. It's an amazingly creative little game that... It's weird because like the gameplay, if you just played one level of the game, it would probably feel like just some kind of cheap, PS2-y style situation. Hi, spooky hands. No, thank you. But oh my god, I can't see shit right now. Okay, no, there's a little island down here. I was trying to see if there was like a ring of stuff to dive into, but it doesn't look like it. Pretty hard to tell. There we go. Okay. Ah, there we go. But yeah, if you just played like one level of technically it's Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem. But yeah, fantastic game. Very Lovecraft inspired. One of the very few games that goes for the Lovecraft thing, and I think in terms of player interaction, gets it very right for like a early 2000s GameCube game. There was a gag at one point, at least I think it was a gag of, well, I mean it was a gag, but how serious they were about the implications is to be determined. What am I? Oh, am I fighting a? Am I supposed to be fighting somebody here? Yeah, there's supposed to be a Talus here. Is it this right here? I think this might be our guy. Yeah, this is going to be our guy. So one of the things that it does, that it's pretty moderately famous for, I guess, is sanity effects. Because you have 3 meters in the game. You have a health bar in red, you have a magic bar, a mana meter in blue, and then you have a sanity meter in green. Oh, why did it... Okay. If your health gets too low, you die. Just pretty straightforward stuff. What is happening? I'm not trying to climb on anybody. No. Yeah, if your health gets too low, you die. If your magic gets too low, then you can't do certain things that involve magic or I forget if it's magic or mana. I think it's actually magic. But there's it's not just literal magic. There are other things that involve mana as well. And if you run out of mana, then you kind of just can't do stuff, which starts to become a little bit of a problem after a while, because there's some things you really need your magic to get done. Your green meter is sanity. Sanity is interesting. So your sanity will go down when you interact with certain kinds of creatures, certain events. There's a lot of things that can hurt your sanity. I don't want to put this on. It feels like a waste, but also I don't have a ton of... I'll put it on this guy. But yeah, when your sanity gets low, you start experiencing sanity effects. And they can be little things, they can be big things. Like a little one would be, you go to use a healing potion, and it actually hurts you. Like your health goes down. Most sanity effects, I hesitate to say all, at least most sanity effects are not real. Like if you see something happen, it will be reversed. So for example, one of the more clever little, fuck with the player moments that they do is actually also, oh no, that's Barra Forest. Okay. You go to use a healing potion, and instead your head explodes. Like, violently, bloodily. Floria Bridge. Just kind of out of nowhere. Oh, I've already been here. Okay. Yeah. It just explodes, and you fall to the ground, and then your character just goes like, this can't be happening! And then you restart the room. And you're just kind of like, well, what? What the fuck? Okay. A similar example would be like you walk into a room and you slowly start growing or shrinking until you can't really fit anymore. And then, you go, and then that's over. There's a few that are like fairly scripted. Like some that are scripted a little bit into like certain parts of the game. One of them being about 3 levels in, when you finish the scenario and come back to the mansion, the game will give you a... when you play a demo of a game and it tells you like, hey, buy the full game to get the rest of this. It basically does that. It says like, continue the story in Sanity... Oh god, what's it called? Eternal... It was called like... They called it like Eternal Darkness Sanity's Revival or something. Okay, we did do this one already. Sweet. And it's not a real game. It was not in development. I want to say that the people behind the game said that they would, at the time anyway, would have loved to make another game. And there's a part of me that hopes that someday that can still happen. But there's a lot of them in there. It does have one of my favorite jump scares in video games, which is, so the hub of the game is you're playing as, I want to say Alexandra Roivas. No points for looking at what Roivas is backwards. But you're wandering around a mansion in a very Arkham-like town. It might even literally be... Oh, whoops! No! Oh, God. It might even literally be called... it might even literally be Arkham. I don't remember, but... So you're wandering around this very spooky house. There's a lot of locked doors, a lot of stuff that you can't really do. Every now and then you hear noises, but you're the only one that's supposed to be there, that sort of thing. There's like a bathroom that you can go into at various points, and it's like all creaky and gross and shit. At one point, you go into the bathroom, and I have no idea how it's scripted in to determine when to do this, but once in the game, exactly once, you will go into... damn it. Once you will go into the bathroom, and the camera will suddenly jerk down to the bathtub, where there will be a dead you in a pool, like lying in a bathtub full of blood. with like loud ass sounds and a bunch of like jerky camera movement thing. Like it's so abrupt. It's not like a jump scare in the sense of like, something's coming at you. It's a jump scare in the sense that like, oh shit, you just get like a pile of like stuff kind of thrown at you all at once in what is otherwise a really like. Are you? Oh my god, man. I'm using like a shit bow, which is not doing me any favors here, but can you just, you guys want to help out maybe? Thank you. Jesus. But yeah, they do it in a way that is like extremely jarring and effective. And it throws you off your game a little bit because at that point the game has still been mostly pretty reserved in terms of fucking with you. One thing that I neglected to mention with sanity, in addition to the lower your sanity, the more random sanity effects you have to start messing with you, there are a couple, to my knowledge, this might be more of an urban legend thing. To my understanding, there are some sanity effects that will mess with you really hard. In the sense of one of them being, if you go to save your game while you have especially low sanity, there's a 1 in, I think, 64 chance that that the game will, when you prompt it to save, will instead say it's deleting your save file, which makes you go just like, wait, what? Also, oh boy, oh god. Okay, it was that. I was like, I see the shadow coming down. Allegedly, I don't know how true this is. This may be bullshit. Allegedly, and I've seen the text bit of it saying like, oh, deleting your file. Allegedly, 1 in some number of times, 64, 256, some like easy binary number of times, it will instead actually delete your save file. I think it. My understanding is that it doesn't kick you out of the game or anything, but you will have to save a second time in order to actually resave your file, which is like insane. But also like I kind of hope it is real, just to like give them props for like such a like ballsy thing to throw at the player out of nowhere. But yeah, so. Symphony and I like not the only game to do this, but shows what items enemies drop to. That's a pretty cool one. I want to say, I think Dragon Quest XI also does that. It's something I very much appreciate, though I think Symphony of the Night literally shows you like percentage breakdowns of item drops and stuff too, doesn't it? I've never actually played it. Symphony of the Night is on my short list of games that is a travesty that I haven't gotten around to playing at this point. Men would rather go gray before going to Symphony of the Night based therapy. Shows rarity of drops. Nice. Eternal Darkness has been on my playlist for a long time. Yes, yeah. Again, highly recommend it. You will want to play the game multiple times. It's one of those games that does have stuff that goes on if you play through it a couple times. But honestly, by the time you're done playing it, you will more than likely be like, okay, I get how this works now. I kind of want to give this another go, just to see how it works now that I have it under my belt a little bit. An extremely minor spoiler. It's more of a like gameplay tip than anything. It's not really a spoiler. At the very beginning of the game, you're given a choice. I feel like all of us have probably played some kind of Kingdom Hearts at some point. You know, the Door to the Heart, when you get your like 3 items, and it's like, oh, do you want to focus on attack or magic or defense? Eternal Darkness has a similar thing that it does at the beginning of the game. In the very first stage scenario, I guess, the game gives you a choice between 3 artifacts that you find. They represent the 3 major gods of the game. They also are an indicator of what kind of enemies you're likely to be facing and as a result, they are also implicitly the difficulty of the game. Blue for mana is the easiest, so you'll fight enemies that will sap your mana, but will generally not hurt you all that much, or hurt you in terms of sanity effects. The green for sanity effects are kind of medium because they will mess with your sanity and make the game harder to play, and then in addition, they will also wind up. Eventually, you will wind up taking damage to your health if your sanity gets too low. That goes down. That's the same. These aren't 2 stars anyway. I really got to improve at least one of those a little further. I did that. Can't do my usual shtick for that, so we might have to do. Let's do a campfire. And then red for health is the hard one because enemies will basically focus on trying to kill you specifically. It also deals with like the maiden god that you're dealing with and stuff. Like there's effects that happen as a result of these things. Okay, let's also. Oh, that's right. I forgot that that's going to be a whole thing here. Doesn't this have, like, far shots or something? Ooh, I also have very low arrows. This was a mistake. I'm actually going to bail on this. I need to go get arrows. If I don't get arrows, I'm going to have a miserable time doing this. So let's go do that. I forget if Lurelin sells them, so we're going to go to Kakariko. Waste of a fire, but we also have a shitload of stuff for it. Just for luck. Okay, that's fair. The saves because GTA 3 had the game-ending bug of a chance of forever saving, corrupting the file, save file back. Oh, no. Oh, God. Fun story, that happened to me with Killer 7 on the GameCube. I lost over a decade of Smash Melee and other assorted GameCube data because my Killer 7 game, anytime I went to save, it basically like choked a little bit and then saved correctly, and then one day it just straight up deleted everything on the card. And it was one of those like 1,000-page cards, so it was like straight up everything I ever had. I'm certain that I had Sonic Heroes data that died. Both Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, I'm sure were also in there. Like, it really fucked me up pretty bad. I was very sad about that. So, yeah, back up your save files, kids. It's not good to watch that shit go away. I didn't even finish Killer 7. I got to at least the, like, weird cowboy, like, Western movie style stage, and I don't think I ever finished it. It's an okay game. I appreciate it more for its artistry than for its like gameplay. It's trying to be God, what's a good example? It's almost like it's trying, and I guess it's Capcom, so it makes sense. And actually, I think Killer 7 wasn't Killer 7 part of the Capcom 5 anyway. I was gonna say it essentially feels like a Resident Evil game on rails, because you're doing shooting, you're shooting at targets and stuff, and I want the other side. You're shooting at targets and doing all that, and you're doing puzzles and things and bringing items around, but otherwise, yeah, it's kind of got that vibe, but you just can't really move around freely. I don't think I want any. I am going to buy some of these. Well, that was a weird interaction. Just because, I don't know, maybe there's something that wants those for leveling up. Who knows? Okay, let's go to Goron City. Goron City. One of these days I should do, maybe that can be a stream series one of these days. Probably not for a while. I want to get through Persona 4 without any more real interruption. I want to get further, at least, into the Nightmare streams before something else kind of gets in the way there too. But Killer 7 and the No More Heroes series would be kind of a neat set to do. I'm forgetting the main character's name in Killer 7. And there's even, I guess, technically spoilers that deal with how you go about clarifying that statement also, but whoops, sorry. I want to say Garland or something. Harlan Smith, I think, is the main character from Killer 7. You play an assassin with but they also have like 7 personalities inside of them. But also there's other stuff happening. It's kind of confusing. I actually don't remember it super clearly, to be honest, but RPGs during the onset, a lot of the genres took a back seat. Yeah, I played No More Heroes 1. It's a fun game. It takes a little getting used to. It's I will say the first one, I can't speak for the 3 that came after, because they did No More Heroes 2 and 3, and I think there was also like Johnny Returns or something. Johnny Returns, that's how his name is. Johnny Knoxville is the voice. Travis Returns. Travis Touchdown. But easily one of the most inventive uses of the Wii Mote on the whole system. I would be extremely surprised if you put together a top 10 of best uses of like the Wiimote controls themselves. If you did a top 10 of those, I think you would be hard pressed to find a good list that doesn't include No More Heroes on there, because it really did, like, sometimes in goofy ways, but they really did a lot to make that work, and I do appreciate that. Let's not go to the Gerudo Desert yet, because we're gonna be going there eventually anyway. We got however many dozens of arrows now. We should be good. Yeah, weird choice, but also, like, I don't know. It's funny. I remember in high school, it was weird. It was a combination of being like, oh man, the dudes from Jackass are like so fucking cool and like ridiculous, and they get to do all this cool stuff. And equally, part of me was like, these guys are fucking assholes. They're such idiots, and someone's gonna fucking die. And oh boy, but I do appreciate that most of them have kind of like turned themselves around a little bit. Johnny Knoxville seems to take, a lot of stuff very seriously. Steve-O is like, he almost seems like a completely different person from back then. Did I just pass it at the top? Yes, I did. Seems like a completely different person from back then. For the better, by far. Sadly, then you have your Bam Margera, who is not doing so well. It sucks because, like, are you gonna ever notice me? There we go. It sucks because, like, I don't know, there's only actually, you know what? Oh, these aren't gonna do a ton of damage. They just break stuff really easily, and this didn't work. I think we discovered that did not work well last time, so these are not going to be great. Something I had a bunch of that I don't care to... Okay, still up. You fucking down yet? You're half dead already. There we go. I was like, what? How are we still doing this? Okay, that's not great timing. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Oh, and now it's raining, so I can't even do my thing. That's less good. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. All right. We can fix this. Doesn't even necessarily need fixing exactly. It's just a matter of like... Thunder Helm. Oh, right, I forgot I was wearing all my boosty stuff, so that's why I did that much more damage. Nope, not you. It is funny with the lightning helm. I can just kind of hang out. Is it gonna kill him? I think so. Yeah. Sweet. There we go. I think that brings us down to 2 more Gleeoks. I think. Let's reset our stuff a little bit here. Knock that out. We're probably not fighting another Gleeok tonight, actually. We may fight one more. If we go all the way through the Gerudo Highlands, then we'll fight the last 2, because they're both in the Highlands. Unless that happens, though, we're probably not going to. Let's go to this. Let's pick a better shield. Let's do that. Why not? And as for weapons, let's stick with that for the time being. Cool. We can collect this now. Whoops. Damn it. Why do they... it's weird that they make that 2 things. We'll go here, and we'll start sweeping north, and then we'll kind of do all of these, and then we'll come back over here for cleanup. Our PC play Wii U games at some point. Oh, nice! I've been meaning to get my hands on one of those. I think that would be... Guccini? We're good on that one. Okay. Yeah, at some point I need to get my hands on those, just because like I've been trying to steadily improve our ability to cover basically anything. And we're a pretty good amount of the way there. Every now and then there's something that's like, oh yeah, hey. I guess this is our best one for this. Hey, buddy. Wakey, wakey. Oh, damn it. Alrighty. Oh. Devastating. Oh, we got that last one in there. It's fine. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know if it's because just like something about the way that lightning sounds as a word or something, but yeah, it does seem like everybody opts for thunder before lightning every time. Let's go ahead and eat something too. Whoop. Okay. Oh, that's bad. That's very cool that was I just in the fetal position? I'm in the defeatal position. Oh, so close. Almost. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Jesus. I think I saw a sapphire that got knocked over that way. Yeah, there it is. I see it. It's a rare one, too, which is always nice. Let's stick it on this guy. There we go. Sweet. All right, so we got that. We'll head north to this, and then we'll start cutting it east. Hey, yeah. But yeah, like... Zelda obviously uses that for a bunch. Thunder, I want to say Thunder gets used a decent amount in Kirby. Obviously, it gets used a ton in Pokemon. I actually don't know. Other than the ability Lightning Rod, does the word lightning even show up outside of like the occasional text here or there? Sarge on Bridge. This was one of them. Hell yeah. Like... honestly, the only other use of the word lightning I can think of is they used to refer to Lieutenant Surge as the Lightning American. And they don't anymore. Which is a bummer in the sense that I wish that they would refer to him as like the Lightning Unovan or something. I know that, you know, Unova is only New York, but also you know, until we have another, I guess, yeah, until we have another, and we may never have another, until we have some other continental U.S. region, because Alola being Hawaii is also, you know, is also American, but obviously very, very different in a whole bunch of ways. But yeah, until we have any other region that is inspired by the continental U.S. in some way, we may as well just assume that America is Unova. Shrink it down to the size of New York and just be another, you know, country that size. Screw it. Oh, it's going to be underneath, right? Yeah. Here we go. Bonk. Yaha. Alright, so this one I think is going to be up. Honestly, the biggest issue is we're going to be doing a lot of vertical stuff for a while here. Like this, I think we're... yeah, I think we're going to have to climb for this. Or we could waterfall it, but I got the climbing gear on already, so... Alright. Be on top of this. Ah, yep. Oh, camera. Really not helping me here. Nope. Damn it. Oh, come on. Thank you, Tulin, for being extremely in my way. Whoa, wait, what? What? I hit... Yeah, now I'm a little confused. No. Oh, Christ's sake. There we go. That counts. It's like, Tulin, back off. Alright. We got this guy. Yeah, so my assumption is that somewhere around here is going to be the spot that is called the Zonai Ruins. Because I think... Yeah, I don't know. Because it is a location that is supposed to be on here. Unless they quietly made Zonai Ruins its own region and they're just not listing it or something, which would be strange. But we'll see. If we don't run into it like on our own, then we'll make stuff happen. Oh, that's cute. That wasn't cute. Rama's ability is called Judgment Bolt, using neither of the words. Okay. Although at least... Bolt is also... Ironically, Bolt is a very agnostic word. Where, is this breakable? Looks breakable. Oh, it is breakable. Oh, okay. Because you could say Thunderbolt, and I've definitely also heard people say Lightning Bolt. Which, Lightning Bolt is the one that it actually is. A Thunderbolt isn't really a thing. There we go. Yeah, Bolt at least makes more sense than Thunder. It's at least closer to what you want between the two. Yeah, very, very weird. And ironically, actually, yeah, a lot of Square Enix's properties wind up using Thunder instead of Lightning. Not always, though. Weirdly enough, it seems like they kind of, like, go back and forth on it a little bit, because I think in the earliest ones, I think in Final Fantasy 1, it was lit was the spell because they only had 3 letters to work with. But then later on it became Thunder, Thundara, Thundaga. Occasionally with Thundaja and Thundaza, I'm sure. Ah, there we go. But yeah, in the very first Final Fantasy, I believe the spell was LIT. Granted, in the very first Final Fantasy, it also, I think one of those spells didn't work right. A bunch of the magic spells in Final Fantasy do not work in the first game. Or they are backwards, or they're coded all fucked up or something. It's honestly incredible. If you're not familiar with the multitude of ways in which the spells of Final Fantasy 1 were coded in horrendously wrong, it's incredible. I would highly recommend going and discovering all of that. Oh, I have 3. These 3 right here are probably the Hinoxes we've already defeated, because they're Hinox fights. But I think we had to defeat the 3 of them for a quest earlier. So we probably don't have to fight any of those, which would be nice. Thunder is also significantly shorter in Japanese, too, which would explain why, what is it, both Jolteon and Zapdos in the original Pokemon are basically named that. One of them is, I forget which is which, one of them is named Thunder and one of them is named Thunders. I think Jolteon is Thunder and Zapdos is Thunders, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Because LIT makes more sense being a word to also refer to lightning. Be confusing for sure to see. So that's true. I could see like THN maybe working, but yeah, I think oh, it's Thunders is Jolteon and then Thunder is Zapdos. Okay. Oh, that was not. There we go. All right. That missed? Bullshit game. Big time bullshit. Oh, yeah. No, the spells in FF1 are horrendously fucked up. There's a bunch of them that flat out do... Like, there are a few of them where... Jeff has most of these memorized. There's a few... Like, there's one of... God, one of them... FF6, weirdly enough, also has a bunch of fucked up spells. Showers on Arcuna's Freezer. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I remembered one of them was a, like, plural set of stuff, and the other one was not. You know what? Let's go. I guess this is fine. Yeah, in FF1, there's a handful that do nothing. Like, they flat out won't work, ever. One of them does the opposite of what it says it's going to do. I think slow just like doesn't work or something. Like it's a bunch that just do not function properly. FF6 arguably is about as fucked up, which is sad because it does not have the same excuse. Final Fantasy 1 was them just going like, I don't fucking know, man, here. Like they didn't invent RPGs, but they were pretty early in the game. Oh, well, these are nice. Don't need any. Well, the errors it has being their final game to survive. Yeah, it's... They really were just, like, praying for it to be even a modest success. And it worked out big time, which is good. But, yeah, definitely some wild stuff going on there. All right, let's go in here and just confirm... Alright, good to know, Master Sword. I think the cave entrance is actually down there. Lower Lake Cave. Yeah, we've already done this cave. Head down here. Hey, buddy. Hi. Yes, okay. I think we've done all 3 of these, but just to be safe, I'm going to make sure to check all of them, just in case. Whoop. Come on. Come on. There we go. Goodbye. Things in the spells, the Vanish Doom glitches because the status effect, not the spell. There's also, again, I wish Jeff was on right now. He could absolutely, like, walk down the list because he's got a bunch of them memorized. But, like, there are literally some that if you use a spell that is supposed to help you in XYZ way, it straight up fucks you. Like, there's one that is supposed to improve something that you want to be improved by 4 times. But instead, it, like, maybe it either, like, is supposed to reduce your opponent's defense by a factor of 4, but instead it increases it, or something along those lines. Or it's supposed to increase your attack, but it fucks it up instead. Like, there's some thing that gets really fucky with that. The one's supposed to do more damage versus certain enemy types that do nothing. Yeah. It's wild. Pokemon, the original Pokemon also, I think everybody's aware of those ones where it's like, yeah, Pokemon was barely functional in some ways when it first came out. A lot of, like, really messed up stuff going on in there, including a bunch of types that they just did not intend to work the way that they worked. It has cursed my brain forever because I constantly think of... Because I'm constantly thinking of how Poison and Bug interact, and I have to stop and think about it because they fucked it up in Gen 1. And now I think are, like... I don't even think they're mutually resistant or so. Like, they have a different relationship after Gen 1, but in Gen 1, I think Poison was good against Bug. It's just always fucked me up since. Zoom in on this real quick here. Oh, nope, this one's at the top, actually. Whoops. Well, no, I, like... From what I understand, whoa, hello. From what I understand, they did acknowledge that some of those typing ones were like a mess, but Psychic's immune to Ghost was definitely a huge fuck up. Considering Psychics were already like way too powerful in that game, even if all of the type interactions were done correctly. And then they went and fucked up the one thing that was supposed to be good against them, and it's like, oh, great job. Maybe it's just inside there. But there are a ton of mechanical fuck-ups in Gen 1 if you... oh, I actually have to take this off. I keep forgetting. Somewhere, once upon a time, I found a list that someone compiled. Like, it was a web page essentially devoted to... oh, there it is. Here are all of the ways that Gen 1 really fucked up mechanically. It was a fascinating read. I'll have to see if I can find it again. But there's a lot of, like, really subtle stuff. There are some moves that, again, I think just straight up don't do anything, even though they claim to be doing things. Let's do that, I guess. We can take this off the list. There we go. Move in a serious bit. Yeah, like they clearly had balancing issues across Oh, this fucking one. Can I just... Oh. Didn't pull up my thing in time. But yeah, Gen 1 clearly had balancing issues out the ass. Oh, fuck. God damn it. There we go. Whoops. Yeah, they essentially one of their biggest issues was they accidentally made Psychic into a super type in a way where like you had no meaningful way of like combating them because Ghost was like obviously Ghost didn't work correctly and Bug had garbage for moves back in Gen 1. Like truly terrible options for Bug. Yeah, Bug had complete dog shit for moves. It was really bad. Yeah, Dark essentially got added to... Dark and Steel to an extent, because I want to say Steel actually resisted Psychic, and Dark was fully immune to it, as well as being super effective against it. Essentially, Gen 2's typing was in part, all right, how do we unfuck all of this? I'm so sick of wet caves. I'm sick to death of wet caves. It's driving me crazy that we have to keep doing these. It's the one thing that I really do not like in all of the 100%ing we're doing is the how many fucking caves just are doing the slippy slip thing because we can't seem to find our sticky lizards. We're stuck doing it this way. I have the gear, but I need another, like, 9 sticky lizards in order to upgrade my gear enough to make it fully slip-proof. I can make it now that I can do, like, 3 times as much climbing. Oh, sweet. Like, 3 times as much climbing before I do slip, but I still slip. Where... Alright, so this is not connected to the other one, then. Is it connected over that way? No, am I just in a thing that I'm not going to be able to... Oh my god, get me out of here. I'm so far off where I want to be. There we go. That one-on-one with... Yeah, I have to get 9 more sticky lizards in order to That's along the Crozu River. All right. So maybe after I clean these dudes up, then I can go and do that. I think... Do I have to go in this one maybe to get in there? We did the Chloric Lake Cave, but it seemed like it went this way instead of this way. I feel like moderately confident that we are, in fact, completely good on these guys. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and take these off my list. We absolutely did the thing that involves those. Because we had a quest and we did it. We did it out of order. I remember distinctly. So I'm just going to move on. And if we're missing 2 Hinoxes, we know where to go. There's the cave of the bubble. Yes, yeah. The check marks are us finding the bubble frogs. I have 5 more caves to go. 4 of which are ones we haven't been to. 1 of which we have, but I guess we went in through the wrong entrance because I did see that the cave that we messed up much earlier in the game, not messed up, but we weren't able to finish, was one that had multiple entrances to it. Is this just going to be just barely off the edge, or... no. Oh, no! God damn it! Turn! Link. Jesus Christ, man. I just want... Even if it's like hold the L or R button and then do it, I want there to be a way for him to kind of twist himself in place while on the paraglider. One of these. Here we go. that. That and that as well. Okay. And we're actually going to be going to the Dracosi River next anyway, so that'll be good. This is a Lionel, which I'm going to take a picture of. Gotcha. I'm going to keep the old one. The old one's stupid. Okay, so let's put on this. And this. And ding, ding, ding. 585. It's cloudy, so I don't get weather buffs. 585. I think that's my best set right now. Where is Minoru? There you are. White Mane Lionel. Here we go. Let's fight. Whoops, way too high. Go. God damn. Oh, just brutal. No, I'm hitting like B a million times. There's like a delay before you can actually like get off of Minoru, which is always super frustrating. There we go. Easy peasy. Dunzo. Put it in the bank. Guess I don't need the Royal Claymore. Actually, do I have any complete shit in here? Let's get rid of that and do the Royal Claymore. I got some spears. I think I'm good with those. All right, we got one Korok Seed, and then we will make our way west. Actually reminds me how much you can miss things in massive games like these. Yeah, 100%. I would never try to do this without a tracker. This would be, there's a lot that I'm willing to just kind of like push through, but this is absolutely a bridge too far in terms of like just going in totally blind. It's just too much stuff. What? This is a non-interactable rock. Is this Korok Seed? Yeah. This is weird. I probably have to pick it up and put it down on the right side. That's a fucking strange one. It's interesting, but weird. Okay. Odd. Yeah, very different. It's not bad. It's just like, what? Yeah, entire time I saw the pile of bones in the ground didn't do anything. Oh, yeah, the Stalnox. I forget at what point we figured out in Breath of the Wild that the Stalnox only were active at night. Because, like, we just happened to cross one or two at the right time earlier on. And then I was out, I think it was during the streams even, that I was trying to clear everything out, and one of the Stalnoxes just wasn't doing stuff. Might have been someone in the chat that was just like, oh yeah, they're only active at night. And I was like, wait, what? Okay. I'm reminded of, oh, is that one of our, no, that's Colton. I'm reminded of Brutal Legend has a lot of collectathon-y stuff going on in its overworld, and it was really slightly miserable to try to hunt that stuff down. Yay, we already killed this guy. Sweet. It was kind of miserable to try to hunt all that stuff down because it was a pretty big overworld. You had to be pretty much right on top of stuff in order to find what you were looking for. But I don't know who convinced them to do it, but thank you. Let's do Yiga. It's fine. There was free. I think it was free. There was DLC later on that that among other things added an in-game tracker of sorts. I forget how it worked because I never actually finished 100%ing the game, but it actually made it like possible to do, whereas before it was going to be straight up not an option. Like it would not be possible to do that fully blind. It would have just been crazy. All right. That. Now let's get ourselves some sticky lizards, shall we? Almost went under when the sequel got canceled, and they were far into. I didn't realize that they had gotten into a full sequel for it. Because I thought that was their whole thing when Psychonauts 2 finally happened. They kind of dangled it a little bit that they were like, hey, if this goes well, there's a chance of like bringing back other stuff too, like maybe Brutal Legend, which itself was so horrendously plagued. Whoa, why did I take off my sneaky gear? So horrendously plagued by like crunch and maybe not crunch so much. I don't know the details on whether they had that crunch issues, but the game visibly isn't done. Like, you get 2 really significant acts of stuff, and then the third act just starts and you're at the final boss. Like, the Sea of Black Tears clearly was meant to be the third, like, realm of the game, and they just cut the entire thing out. Which is a bummer, because, like, the pacing was feeling really good up to that point. And then it was just like, nah. And like, oh, all right. Did I go into, like, the only one that doesn't have lizards? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna turn on our compendium for sticky lizards. It's very helpful that the sticky lizards are the last one on here. Really? What? Go east. East is this way. We spoke about how ending the main antagonist was to return and spoke of, yeah, okay. Well, I'm hoping that they do actually get a proper chance to do that one of these days. There we go. Eat shit. Sticky lizards. Come on. God, they track from so fucking far away. Which, like, seems like it'd be a good thing, but it does feel like it does occasionally feel like I'm just getting kind of dragged around, too. Is it? Oh, God damn it. So it's in here, I guess, then? There we go. Of course it's the fucking watery one. Oh, yes. Along with the live bit of Jack Black walking you to the record store. Very, very cool shit. I have 2. I need 10. Oh, there's another one. Thank God. I was like, I better not need to be finding these guys one at a time here. Okay. That's 3. 3 down, 7 to go. I guess I'll just keep walking up the river. Alright. No. There's one right there. One right there. Okay, that gets us to 5. So we can now upgrade one of our pieces. Let's keep going north, I guess. Oh yeah, Ozzy Osbourne's character in there was a fun little thing to do. That was a cute role for him as he was the weapons guy, wasn't he? He was the guy who ran the shop. Oh, I'm gonna go south now, don't I? Yeah, there's nothing around here. Okay. Oh, jeez. Let's go here, and then we'll go south there. Upgrade shop. Yeah. Oh man, Lemmy was also rad as shit in that game. I think he was like a guru sage type guy for the bass strings or something. Oh, come on, there you go. Yeah, they did a really good job pulling a bunch of dudes in there. God, one that feels like it is kind of missing, honestly. Seems like it's someone who would be very into it. I'm a little surprised. Oh, no, I'm going the wrong way. I'm a little surprised. I don't remember if D. Snyder is in the game. But he seems like the type who would have been all about going for the gag on that. I also appreciate just generally the silly like pot shots that the game takes at like heavy metal and like glam rock and various rock subgenres and the like. I thought was it Lion White as I'm sure it's meant as like a pastiche, but obviously I feel like White Snake is the obvious one that it's primarily referring to. I want razor shrooms, not iron shrooms. How do I get below, though? Is there a thing over here? Sticky lizard nearby, yeah. There we go. Rob Halford, Lita Ford. Oh, yeah, Lita Ford, yes. Didn't Lita Ford actually sing? Wasn't she involved with the actual song Sea of Black Tears or whatever it was? No, it's Peter McConnell, apparently. But I thought there was a... What was the song that got used there? There, sea of black tears, down, 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 down. Yeah, I don't know. I did not remember. 7. I need 3 more. Yeah, I think it was literally... I want to say the lyrics were literally like, drowning in the sea of black tears. Coming down for me. I I don't fucking remember, though. It's been so... I played that game in college, and it's been a long time since college. Betrayal. Okay. All right. Was Lita Ford involved in that at all? I think I'm mixing up something that she was involved in directly with the game. Or rather something that the game used like as is. Oh, is that it for the lizards? Oh, I guess yeah, those little under areas were the scripted ones. So we got to keep an eye out for 3 more as we do probably the last of the caves that are going to matter for it, which is a big bummer. But it is what it is. Let's do this first. Then yeah, these 2 are other entrances to this cave, which is the one that we've already been to, but didn't get the bubble frog for. Is this going to count as Zonai Ruins, the location? Feels like it should. Just this big, wide-ass open area that is visibly Ruins of the Zonai. Oh, she voices Rima. Okay. Gonzalia. Oh, yes, for Kiss. Yup. Oh, man. Yeah, I gotta go back and play that again sometime. That game was awesome, and I'm usually not someone who is at all interested in RTS style games, but that one is pretty fun. Though the final boss is bullshit, but the rest of it is a good time. I recall the final boss being like a miserable experience. Like it felt like an absolute slog. Unless you got lucky, and then there were setups that basically made it like a total joke too. It was strange. Is it on Steam? Oh shit! All right, it'll be very easy to grab then. Here we go. I was like, come on, I know you're. Oh, I got this. Yeah. Let's go to this one. I want to say that inside it was the left side that the bubble frog was on. I keep someone out there has to have inadvertently gotten brained by falling ruin rubble, right? Like that has to have happened at some point to at least just one person out there. I want to go a little more northeast, I think. Oh, there it is. Most of it doesn't fall where you can get there before it hits. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I would be surprised if it was completely impossible, because there's definitely we had one in stream where it fell like fairly close to us. You. First of all. Okay, so this is easy. Well, actually, what I should do is this. Go. Dang. Yeah, nobody there. Okay. So let's go to the other one then. All the way through it has the texture bugs that were never fixed. Great. That's always a good sign. Oh, all right. Well, that solves that. Doink. All right. Extremely happy to be wiping this off the map. That one was giving us some bad times before. So now we can... Oh, that was Finra, not Pagos. So, interesting. Okay. So I want to go to this one, and I think that is actually... Oh, yeah, because there's no... Wow, so this is one that they definitely wanted you to be using your sensor for then. And I just lucked into that. Like, alright. Let's go as far over this way as we can just to avoid climbing. There we go. You can bonk yourself by will by recalling some... I mean, yeah, you can definitely... I would be surprised if you couldn't recall it and then just stand directly in the way on purpose. Feeling in the second half after what happens appears to be in all black. Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, because there's, like, drowned Ophelia later on, but it's not... like yeah, her texture's, like, all messed up and shit, isn't it? There. Discovery. Floria River upstream excavation. No, this is also a separate cave. Okay. So we just need to figure out what to do correctly on the other one then. All right. All right, so we got this. Oh. I missed that thing there. Okay. Can't I just, like... Can't do that. Okay. Did that not do... Actually... Hang on a second here. Yo, Riju. Nope. Nope. You. Run. Damn it. Is there a shock emitter in here? Because then maybe that'll just... Doesn't look like it. I mean, I have shock emitters. And a hoverstone. It's not really... You know what, though? That'll do. Okay. Because, yeah, I know that after a certain point, Ophelia, I don't know if she fully is part of the Black Tier Rebellion, but she definitely has the goth situation going on. Okay, so we got that one. So we do still have to go back down to this after all. Wasn't expecting that. Let's warp here. Yeah, they absolutely buried the RTS nature of it, but as soon as you get into one of those boss battles in particular, you're just like, oh, this is Rockstarcraft. All right, so... Rockstarcraft or Warpigscraft? Not World of, just Warcraft. Man, did not think we'd be coming back like this. Legit almost 200 hours later. Okay, so we got the lasers. I think that's that we have to hit those, right? Oh, we have to hit them all in quick succession, basically. So there's our guy. So the problem was we got in here, and then it didn't connect to that room. So we need to find a way to get down from here. But let's build ourselves a thing. I mean, let's just throw a rocket on it and see how that works. No. What? Huh? What? Let's try that again. Okay. So this is where we got last time. We came in. There was a chest here. Now, just for the hell of it, let's try going up and just see if there's like a little cavern thing directly above us here. Kind of seems like no. It's a no. Yeah, let me look to see if there's a hole in here. Is there anything on the walls? No. There's a ceiling there. So we want to get down. Oh! Oh my god. Wow, that really is kind of tucked over there. Well, that's embarrassing. Oh well. We got there, though. There we go. Finally, knocking that one off. So we now have 2 caves left to go. Hell yeah. Let's aim for here. Alright. Although, hang on a second, oh no, that's Finmer Woods, not Farron Woods. Okay. Got some Korok seeds up here. Got like 6 of them in a row. And then another cave. And then I think we'll rush down and get the final cave before we do more stuff from there. It's kind of in the next set of things we're doing anyway, but... Oh, it's going to be... Ooh, or not. Okay. Ah. Well, this is a toughie. It's a big toughie. Don't know what to do here. Could be anything. Could even be a boat. Look as the black line draped across her like wrapping, showing parts of skin including midriff. With the texture issue, appears she's wearing a black dress. Oh, interesting. Oh, it didn't even stay in there for good. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Back to your hole. Oh, jeez. Hang on a second. We'll deal with that. Oh, thank you for deleting that. It is a shame that the streaming stuff doesn't remove that from the screen there, but alas, I'm also not, you know, gonna sit through a 5-hour stream to try to locate that later. That's fine. Obviously, don't go to that link. You're probably gonna get all your shit stolen. Don't do it. Don't do it. From me to you, don't do it. There we go. It's like, are we good? What's happening? Yeah. All right, so we got that one. I'll do this one. Oh, it's gonna be up there. All right. Okay. Ooh, another golfing one. Farron loves their goddamn golf. There we go. I was like, come on. I'm just going to delete comments for context. Oh, gotcha. And yeah, no, it'd be nice if it... I mean, at some point I am probably going to make the change from... I use XSplit, but I'm probably going to change over to Streamlabs at some point in the near future. And when that happens, hopefully there will be some slightly more mechanical ways to deal with that. There's a flower over there. We're going to go to each of the tips here. We're going to touch tips. Oh, touching the tips behind me. Ding. I'm wrong every single time. Oh, we got a thunderstorm coming up. God damn it. You know what? We're about to go into a cave shortly, so hopefully that'll help. Alright, do that. Let's do it quickly. Please, quickly. I want to get inside and be done with it quickly. Oh, you right here. Okay. Ta-da! All right. There we go. It's OBS, some of the controversy behind slobs. Yeah, I honestly, OBS might be the better call because, like, I think we actually talked about this on the previous stream where it's like, yeah, Streamlabs definitely did the open broadcast streaming crew dirty on that one. Like, they pretty blatantly violated the license agreement. Like, that was not very cool. Like, they were pretty much told to not do what they did. And then they went and they called it something that makes it sound like they make it sound exactly like, oh, it's totally just another OBS or something. Like, it's just scummy shit. And it bums me out because it is very good at its thing. Yeah, Slob, Streamlabs OBS. I don't need a fucking boulder hammer. What I need is for it to not be so fucking wet in here. Oh, kill me. Lifetime with XSplit. Yeah, I do have a lifetime with XSplit also. Oh, damn, I was just about to hit the button too. Yeah, I don't know. XSplit, like, I like XSplit a lot generally, but its plugin integration is pretty fucking jank. It's kind of unreliable in that department, and it makes it kind of hard to want to devote time to it when it's like, oh yeah, hey, check it out. You can do JavaScript stuff on here, and then their documentation's like, we'll let you know how to do that later, I guess. And it's like, I would really like it if you would do it now, actually. Like, it's a bummer. I'm literally a JavaScript developer, and I have no idea how to make plugin stuff for XSplit because their documentation doesn't tell you what any of the hooks are. And you don't have access to the console logs, so, like, how the fuck are they expecting anybody to do that shit? I don't know how anybody's managed it so far, but... Alright, so now we're actually going to head for here. I believe it's a Misco cave, in fact. Let's go up here and we'll fly down. Yeah, Rivali's Gale was pretty great. I think with Ascend... that was their trade-off, where it's like it's not going to be quite as good for general vertical navigation as Rivali's Gale, but it will absolutely help a lot with the whole cave situation. I want to say, didn't they say that Ascend was actually like a development tool first, and then they were like, oh, this is actually both useful and fun, so screw it, we're just going to add this. Oh, come on. You have to cheat their way out of the caves, yeah. Honestly, those are always great when you find something where it's just like, oh yeah, this was something we just kind of had for the hell of it. Let's put this on for a moment. Yay. I guess if I do have the whole set on outside of the... Yeah, we're skipping past a couple of these things for right now because we're going to the last cave to finish this jazz off. We can go bother Colton. But we may have to force it to be nighttime to do that. Add hooks each time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's really a big pain in the ass. It's like, it's such a simple thing to add documentation for stuff like that. And, like, granted, if I had access to the console logs, I could figure it out. Like, you can set event listeners that will just listen for any event and spit them all out. It's an extremely tedious, laborious way of doing it, but it will eventually work. Like, you can narrow down your options appropriately and get there. But, like, it's so strange to me that they just don't have that at all. Is this our cave? Is that our cave? No, that's a different cave, so... Is that our cave? That's an interesting one. Okay, I'm impressed. Alright, okay. We're going to do this in kind of a sneaky way. After this, I'm going to go and find Colton, and then I'm going to go get some more fans. I need fans. I think this will be right. We're going to see. Tool is still best for no descent and precise shots. Yeah, Tulin is by far the best one in this game. Puffer Beach, Overhead Cave. I think Tulin is the best one here because it's just, yeah, everything you said, it is beautiful, does what it's supposed to. Ooh, Diamond, hell yeah. Does what it's supposed to do, does it well. Riju is okay. Minoru's got her uses. Phantom Helmet. There we go. I believe that is now all of the equipment pieces in the game. Let's see. Maybe not. There are apparently 36 armor sets containing 105 pieces and 36 unique armor pieces. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So it's 125, 127. So we're missing 8. There might be... Let's see. If we do them by set, there might be some where we bought 2 pieces of something. So stealth tights, I think, are a singular thing. Are there any where we're visibly missing? Oh, there's the diamond circlet. There's another circlet to buy. I think there's other earrings too, aren't there? I might be insane on that. Yeah, Riju, the cooldown not being able to be faster in this game was like a super bummer. Because last game, I forget if it was that you got more uses or that the cooldown was shortened, but whichever one it was like really fucking nice. Yeah, I don't know what we're missing, but as far as I can tell, we've gotten all of the things, so... Ah. There we go. Here we go. The last bubble frog. Hey! That's cool that the game actually says it. Very glad the game is like, hey man, you did find them all. Let's go to Tarrytown. Also, it does have fans. It's just got a lot of other stuff too, but I could use steering sticks too. Yeah, Tulin blowing items away is like such a ridiculous pain in the ass thing that I'm shocked is as bad as it is. Because he does hover close because you want them to be close, but it's like, I've defeated an enemy. The button that I use to pick items up is also the button that will make the items get thrown halfway across the map. Like, no, please don't do that, game. Please no. Please no. So it is 2 in the morning. Is Colton... Because this used to be a Kilton spot in the last game. I think Colton is up the hill now by the... Yes, he's up by the tower. I might be able to get there in time. Here we go. Wisdom Pearl, decrease the timer. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, oh yeah, there's tons of Colton spots. Fortunately, we don't have to find all the Colton spots for our map completion, which is nice. Though, granted, the tracker's got all that info too, so if it ever came down to it. All right, Colton, I finally return with all of your shit. Bubble jams. Nope, just want to talk. Just trying to talk. There we go. Fall weather can't follow my mood when I'm on my way to becoming a Satori. Says the princess of 0 bubble frogs. I don't believe it. You collected each and every bubble gem? Traveler, you didn't do that just for me, did you? Here you go. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't realize he had a range. Interesting. I would have thought that he would tell you about them anywhere, but he would order them by proximity to his current location. Oh, that glass crunching sound. This can't be good for you. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, no. This is bad. I've rewarded you somehow, so please accept this item I made myself. Colton's fabric. If you wouldn't mind, please show this to Kilton and give him my best. Traveler, thank you so very much for joining me as I chased my dream. You've helped me get this far. No matter the outcome, I have no regrets. None. I look forward to meeting you again somewhere and in some form. Take care. Eesh. Oh, wow. Holy shit. He actually did transform into a little bloopy guy. Huh. I guess, is his shop just going to stay appearing there forever, but just not have him in it? Yeah, the Satori's and the Bloopies seem to be related. Like, they literally, like, Satori just looks like a gigantic Bloopy, more so than the Bubble Frogs do. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to talk to Kilton. That's the whole reason I warped over here. I also just want to check one thing really fast. I'm not going anywhere. I just wanted to double check that I have it on my map. Yes, the general store. Good. There we go. Did you find the Bloopy Den in the depths? I believe so. Because we found all the locations in the depths. And I believe Bloopy Den was one that was named down there. Hey, buddy. Staying a little close. Just rub it on his face. Wow, I can't quite believe it. That's what's become of Colton? Thank you kindly for letting me know. The end result was, well, I'm sure he's very happy. I think I'll take the stall my little brother left behind to his favorite place. Yes, that'll be nice. The handmade cloth my brother gave to you at the end. Please make good use of it. It's what he would have wanted. He always chases his dreams, so I always do my best to chase mine. Okay, so I assume that his goes into the Bloopy Den downstairs, which, for the life of me, I don't remember where the fuck it is. I think it was in the north somewhere. It's actually probably under Satori Mountain, isn't it? Bloopy Burrow. I guess this is a close one down here. Oh, it's more obvious than in the Bloopy Burrow? I don't know what would be a more obvious place for a Bloopy, and so I guess it'd be Satori Mountain then. We'll poke our noses over here real fast just for the hell of it. Just to give another looky-loo. We haven't been to the depths in like 30 hours of gameplay. It's nice to come back here and breathe in the stale air again. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, hello. I don't need pose, but I'll grab some. Bloopy Burrow. Am I taking dead Bloopy souls? It's my favorite FromSoft game. Dead Bloopy souls. Oh yeah, there's one right there. Oh yeah, I ran through here and like I remember being just like, whoa, they're freaking the fuck out. Go back over that hole one more time. Oh, a Bloopy boss would be great. That'd be fantastic in Dark Souls. Why the hell not? Oh, okay, it was just a little hutch with a bunch of exits. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of get a good chunk of the way there. Running after it as it dodges you. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. That'd be fun. I'm always a fan of surprisingly small, high-ranking boss-style characters in games. In media in general, actually, I was thinking about Digimon just the other day, and I was reminded how much I liked Puppetmon among the Piedmon forces near the end of Adventure 1. I remember being thoroughly unimpressed with Metal Seedramon. Like, he was just kind of like, whatever. Actually, wait, weren't there 2 dragon dudes? Who was the first guard? Who was the first one? Because Puppetmon was number 2. And the, like, Metal Seedramon guy, or maybe it was Seedramon and Metal Draymon or something. There was a large serpentine dude that was defeated by War Greymon just, like, flying through it or something. Machine Dramon. That's the one, yes. Yeah, that one was, like, really unimpressive to me. I don't know why. I feel like they just kind of ignored that he existed. They made him, like, scary. So Metal Seedramon was one of them, though. That's good. Okay, so I'm not totally nuts. That's good to know. Machine Dramon rules the city. So, okay, then I am thinking of Metal Seedramon, I believe. Because I recall the fight happening, like, near a lake. And yeah, Machine Dramon, I have vague memories of, like, the city situation that was going on there. I don't have a very clear memory about it, though. Right. Gotta just go ahead and try to dodge the platform here. Board the platforms. I'm actually going to go over it anyway. Okay. Fortunately, I want to be almost directly underneath it. Whoop. Sorry, I was about to comment on how it seemed like they were very chill. They're not popping, though, so does that mean that this one is Colton? That one popped. Or does it have to get a certain distance away first? Oh, that was a little different. Huh. Okay. I didn't get my fans. Whoops. So let's find one of these guys that's got a bunch of fans. Can we get one that doesn't have 5 things to it? That's a good one. It's a great one, in fact. Wargreymmon's arm claws are literally called Draymon killers. Amazing. Oh, God. Yeah, I need to watch Digimon Adventure 1 and 2 again. I've never watched beyond the first 2, I guess, the Adventure series, as the plural. I watched Adventure 1 and 2 when they first came out, and then I never got into, I think Tamers was 3rd? Or was it Frontiers? Or Frontier. I never got into the later series. I think because Digimon Adventure 2 felt like it really just wrapped everything up. And then the last thing you see made it look so much like Pokemon that I was like, oh, okay, well then maybe I'll just watch Pokemon if they're going to do Pokemon also. It was just the vibe. I don't know. Let's do small ones. It's fine. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, none of the... Yeah, the it's a little weird in some ways that they don't share any... That there's not really any shared continuity there at all. Because, like, I could understand, like, oh, well, if the Digidestined exist, then why would any of the other heroes ever need to step in? God damn it. But, I don't know. It's just odd to me to have a franchise, and I guess there are a few other immediate, like, anime that do the same. Like, Gundam, I think, does sort of the same. Where it's just like, all right, every series is kind of a mostly disconnected thing from everything else. Well, it's also weird in that, well, for two reasons. One, Digimon has a shit load of video games, all of which seem to more or less be in their own continuities also. But in addition to all of that, let's aim for this. But in addition to all of that, the Digivolutions are not consistent. Like, there's a bunch of weird, like, evolutions seem to just kind of fluctuate randomly among the various games and shows and things. And it's changed their entire gameplay formats, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello, Sea-Dude, by the way. Hello. Yeah, just discussing, like, the strangeness of Digimon as a franchise, as, like, a larger franchise. Oh, no, I mean, I understand that. I'm not saying that, like, a Digimon can digivolve randomly just generally. I'm saying the evolution, the Digivolution that can happen in one piece of Digimon media may just not be possible in other Digimon media, or stuff that is otherwise very related in some winds up being unrelated in others, and, like, it's just an odd sort of thing that there's, like, such I can't even call it inconsistency. It's just kind of like whatevering. Like, they just kind of go like, I don't know, man. In this one, Agumon can turn into the bear. Because, I don't know, man. Sure, why not? Like, it makes it feel more random. And, like, I had Tamagotchi as a kid. Like, and I played with it a bunch, but, like, I don't know. It's weird to feel like there's not a consistent, like, anything across Digimon. Yeah, I'm really struggling to think of many franchises that operate like that. Because even in Gundam, my understanding is, other than, like, a couple side stories like G Gundam, they don't, like, interlock exactly, but they take place in, like, differing years of the same calendar, don't they? Like, they mostly exist in the same universe, but it doesn't, like, make a big difference or something. D-Digivolution. Universal Century Timeline, a handful of series, a lot of movies and OVAs. Okay. I was reading something recently where, what was it? G Gundam is getting some kind of a follow-up or something, isn't it? Or like a manga remake or something or other. Like, I thought that there was something going on where G Gundam was mysteriously getting some love out of nowhere. Is it gonna be? It might be above. And it's all wet and shit. If I stay in the underhang, under the overhang, then I should at least not slip too much here. There we go. Now it's dry. I don't see a diving spot down there. Something I can move, maybe? Ooh, what is that? Oh, is that a cork? Oh, no, it's just one of these. Oh, my God. That was a mess. We actually have a pretty straight line of interactions for a while, and then we're going to have to dive way off course to get a line L. Yes. Do this. And a Korok seed. There's one Korok seed that's going to be kind of on its own there. It's presumably going to be up there. Ooh, that'll do. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what this is going to be. I bet you're meant to, like, stick a bunch of rocks together. So I bet one is not heavy enough. Let's put 3 of them. Whoop. Ooh, still not. All right. There we go. I was like, come on, we got to be close. Alrighty. There we go. A little outside of actual Gundam stuff. Yeah, I think, was it the, like, G Gundam in particular is, like, much more of, like, a Sentai-style series than anything else in the franchise. Although it was definitely fun to, oh, of course it's down below. It was definitely fun to go and see. Oh God, what the hell was the name of it? It had Idris Elba and a bunch of people in it. It was the one that was the Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim is about as close as we will ever get as a society to a live-action G Gundam movie, and it has nothing to do with the like international tournament that G Gundam is, but just the way that they were doing that was just kind of like, all right, cool. Oh, build stuff takes place in a universe where Gundam is fictional. Interesting. Okay. There we go. It's bike time, baby. Okay. You go on the back. You go in the back seat like a baby. You're a little Korok baby. Little Korok baby goes in the back seat. Nope. Yunobo, you're not doing me many favors here, man. Here we go. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, it's the Korok. The Korok's on the left, so it's listing really hard to the left. Wow, what? I was trying to lean us to go down, but I guess that wasn't in the cards either for some mysterious reason. Here we go. Now we're doing good. Hi. Stuck. There we go. Okay. Now we get a long string of dudes. And we got that one. Where's my bike? Where'd you put my bike? There's my bike. Dimensional royalty in an extragalactic planet. It's more connected to Whole Dive VR MMO in the real world. Boy, I can't wait for that trend to be done with, too. It was already really tiring for Sword Art Online to be this silly-ass like VR MMO plotline, and then suddenly everybody decided they wanted to do that too. And I'm a little tired of it, and I can't wait for a bunch of that to be done. As a video game fan person, I am slightly exhausted by what am I trying to do with this? What am I trying to do with this? I'm slightly exhausted by the gamification, I guess, of anime. It seems like a lot of anime these days is... Hang on a second. 1, 2... So that's our L, and then it goes down that way. Okay. All right, I got this. A lot of anime seems to theme itself in a way where it's like, oh, this is a video game as an anime. Like a lot of anime seems to have like stat points numerically and level numbers and things, and it was cute at first, and I appreciated it, and it was fun to have video games as an inspiration for them. But it started to get a little old, and it does feel like a few too many are leaning in on. There's a part of me that, perhaps a little cynically, feels like they do that on purpose in the hopes that there will be a Sword Art Online-esque video game deal in the works for their manga or anime. And by baking that kind of, content into the story itself, it means that they're like already ready to go with that or something. I guess that's fair, yeah. Dot hack would have been, like, dot hack sign, all those things would have definitely helped to bring that about. Oh, shit. Can I get over there? Ooh. Oh, wrong fucking button again. God damn it. And it's raining because, of course, it fucking won't stop raining. These streams have so much rain. Oh, my good God. Isekai is a concept, but some series really codified it as a reincarnation isekai into a game that works like specifically Dragon Quest mixed with Sword World, probably a pen and paper RPG in Japan. Yeah, it's like to some extent it's similar to zombie fiction if there are any characters who are aware of zombie fiction in the fiction, because then they go like, oh, you mean like zombies? Even though, if a thing like that happened in real life, like, we would compare it to zombies, but also there'd be probably some other name for it too, right? Link is having a time there. Holy shit. But yeah, all of the isekais, or the vast majority, not all, but a lot of isekai definitely are, hey, check out this. It's a slime. And we've leveled up with experience points. So now we can fight a little wizard man or something. Invented system where you get a whole bunch of named traits abilities that can be leveled up. Okay. Yeah, it would probably feel a little bit less across the board samey if it weren't for the fact that, yeah, all of them seem to function with the exact same logic and often the exact same literal stats sometimes. There's also, like, my understanding of how the world of an RPG generally works is that when you have a named ability or a named spell that you learn, it's not that, oh, congratulations, so-and-so mage, you've learned the Inferno Hellscape Fireball technique. Like, it's that at some point, somebody learned how to do a thing, and then they named it. But half the time it's, you know, someone just goes like, ah, yes, here we go, and they yell out the name of some attack that doesn't exist because they've just invented it, but also they don't even know what it does because they haven't done it yet. It's strange. There's like weirdness to some of that. That doesn't count. Uh-huh. Hunter Hunter, the arc they play it off as an isekai when you come to learn its actual place in the real world. Oh, that's fun. I like that. That's a clever way of twisting on that. It's like The Village, but good. I'll do this guy. Damn it. I'm getting that wrong. Alright. A lot of them seem to do meta jokes, the character playing the game wrong, and the game being broken in some way or something. Which, yeah, like, I enjoyed Cautious Hero, but it definitely functions on the idea that the hero is, like, not playing the... They don't treat it like it is a video game exactly, other than the numeric stats and things, but, like, the implication is that, yes, this character is definitely doing it wrong. And hell, Sword Art Online even kind of does that, where it's like, oh, you've been training a lot more than most people train, hero of heroes and savior of the universe man, who is so cool for playing all of the video games. I was gonna call him Subaru. That's not right. Subaru is ReZero. Although funny enough, Cautious Hero makes a joke about the names of those characters as well, and at least two or three of the people that she looks at a file for and dismisses are named like Subaru. Subaru. All right, more golf. We're gonna have a lot of golf to close this out, aren't we? Kirito, that's right, yeah. Kirito is fucking... I can't stand him. He's the goddamn worst. And that's ignoring all the really outstandingly creepy shit, along with him being an insufferable jackass. I have a very hard time getting over the whole, like, oh, you've come here and become an awesome master, super cool guy. Yeah, SAO is not an isekai. It just, I mean, yeah, it's not really an isekai. It, in some ways, in the same way that you can have, like, harem and reverse harem style genres with anime, it almost is like it's almost a reverse isekai in the sense that, like, everybody gets warped to a different world, in a sense, as opposed to one person adapting to a world that is already existing and has rules and people and all that. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Oh, good. They gave me one. Hell yes. But yeah. Kirito shows up, is super hyper sword Jesus. Excuse me. And then... Perfect. And then, oh, hey, here's this girl who's an awesome super knight who has her whole, like, guild of people that she works with. And then, like, seven episodes in, she decides she wants to be Kirito's fucking housewife forever, throwing away, like, the you know, guild leader stuff that she was doing entirely up until then, and seemingly enjoying and, you know, feeling something good for doing all of that. And it's like, oh, okay, that's weird. And then they have a data baby. And somehow it's actually weirder than that sounds. Oh, and then there's him. There's his sister, stepsister, whatever the fuck is going on there, who falls in love with him in the game by accident while trying to distract herself from the fact that she was falling in love with him in real life. And also the data baby is like essentially coded to be only a couple years younger than the two characters who are supposed to be her parents. So you've got a like young childish looking character calling two teenagers mommy and daddy. It's so fucking uncomfortable. It's so goddamn uncomfortable. It like kind of hurts to even think about that show at this point. Neat idea, fucking weird execution. Sounds exactly like Second Life. Oh boy. Yeah, right. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Sarah actually used to work for the folks who made Second Life like a while back. Which is very interesting. Like, it's weird to think about, like, how long that game has existed. It's been like 20-something years at this point, I think. Or very close to 20, maybe even close to 25 at this point, but... Alright. Some close and spawn in future series. Yeah, I can't stand Kirito-type characters who are just, oh, hey, I'm this raven-haired loner guy who's just super awesome, mega cool in a way that is, like, kind of weirdly dorky. I don't really know how to describe it, because, like, it's not like we haven't had edgy loner types before. Like, hell, Digimon has Matt, who isn't, like, necessarily an edgy loner, but he kind of becomes one over the course of the season for like, various reasons. And, like, I don't know. There's like a flavor that's going on with the Kirito-type dudes that just is really unpalatable. Don't know how else to put it. There we go. The game is not even... I mean, it's a digital world. It's the same... In some ways, it's actually very similar to Digimon in that regard, where, like, the digital world does kind of exist within the outer world, but it functions by its own, like, rules and you know, all of that stuff. Getting some mileage. There we go. Addison. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to gauge. I mean, yeah, there's... I don't know. I don't know if, like, physically going there versus, like, mentally going there is necessarily a like, meaningful distinction. But especially where in Digimon, after, the first arc of the series, they can sort of... Really? Is this not going to fit? They can sort of go there, like, go in and out of the digital world moderately freely. Like, it starts becoming more like the Matrix after a while. I'm just going to use a hover stone. I don't want to do this. There we go. Ta-da! This guy like Rare Earth and Inuyasha and is it El Hazard? I'm familiar with like El Hazared is like a thing or something, but I think that's just like a spell, not a piece of media. Because some of those. So SAO Bridge versus some of those plots be creepier is not as creepy, which is comforting, I guess. But, like, man, it's really disappointing that it needed fixing in the first place. I feel like this is one thing I would not blame on SAO, nor do I even necessarily think they got this part wrong, but I've definitely been noticing a trend lately of anime really seeming to go for shock value a lot more openly than they used to. There's a lot more anime, it seems, that is going for, like, what's going to get us viral on Twitter if we put it in the show kind of stuff. I don't know. Like, God, one that comes to mind. I don't want to get into discussion of the things themselves because they're all, like, fucked up, but, like, obviously, was it Goblin Killer was one that definitely was like, hey, let's fuck people up really hard with our first episode, and then we won't really get into that again. But by that point, we've convinced a bunch of people to watch the show, so it's fine. Like, yeah, the marathon names is an interesting one, because I want to say that started with manga, and it started leaking into anime in the last couple of years. Sorry, Goblin Slayer, yeah. They definitely get into that level of dark again. Oh, great. Good, great. That's wonderful. Yeah, no. Let's put on my stuff. Where's my pants? The power pants. Oh, actually, yeah, the phantom stuff, even with no power-ups at all. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, because this defensively, this is actually my best with no power-ups at all. Huh. That's actually very interesting. These are probably ridiculous if I manage to level them up. Why was I not able to jump there, game? That kind of sucked. No. Did he just destroy my vehicle by roaring next to it? Rude. There we go. Want to get a little bit closer first. There we go. It's funny how even these dudes are going down like fucking nothing at this point. My setup is like gross. Well, I will drop something for the Savage Bow, absolutely. Yeah, get out of here. Different weapon. Oh, Water Warrior was like, why is that suddenly so good? That makes sense. All right. Let's do those. I think we're going to warp back, and then we'll do these three. Okay. We actually have 2 quests coming up nearby. One of them, they might technically be Gerudo Highlands, but they're close by, so I may as well just do them. There's also not an isekai. Oh, yeah, no, I know it's not an isekai. I'm just talking about, like, trends in general in anime. The marathon names, yeah, it seems like it just kind of became a popular thing in manga, and they just sort of started pulling it into anime as well. Oh, come on, man. You. All right. Well, that was a little worrying. Okay. Oh. I was expecting to do an offering, but all right, it works. All right, so now I want to do this one, because the other one's going to pull us back to the west. Web novels and light novels. Light novels is a flooded market, so at some point someone decided it's not enough to summarize the premise on the back because no one has time to look at those. Decided to summarize the premise on the spine as the title. That's not, I mean, it's a smart idea. If you want to make yourself stand out, that's a hell of a way to do it. Now it's less clear. Though, honestly, it still at least functions as a pretty good descriptor. But, yeah, that's... it probably does help that in Japanese you can fit a massive amount of information into, say, 50 characters as compared to English, where I think the name of the game we're currently playing is more than 50 characters. If we're including spaces, so the Legend gets you to 10, up to of gets you to 13, Zelda gets you to 19, colon space is 21, Tears 26, space of is 29, space the is 33, space Kingdom is 41, so very close. Yeah, 41 characters in this game's title. And you could get a huge amount of information out with the same amount of Japanese between especially if you can make a good chunk of it with kanji instead of needing to use any syllabary stuff. Let's just do this because I didn't like the balance on the last one. The pause was because I didn't really know why there were two on there. There we go, that should work. There we go. Eventually there'll be a backlash a couple of years with... Yeah, I think it'll be a similar thing to like in the mid-2000s we had a lot of American TV shows that went the same way. We had like Heroes, Lost, stuff like that that's just like just get it in there with brevity. Something punchy, Mad Men. 6 letters, you're good. Like, very easy, gets it across, and you're good to go. Right. Buddy? Alright. Pick one random. Tensei Ojo to Tensei Reijo no Maho Kakume. Much shorter than the magical evolution of the reincarnated princess and the genius young lady. Yeah. It's definitely an apt example there for sure. I think we will do this, and then we will go do these two, because then we can... I guess we can get these ones also, and then I think we're actually done with Farron. These technically might be Central Hyrule, but... Here we go. Let's do it. Game title: Monyu. Defeat monsters and gain strong weapons and armor. You maybe defeat. Oh yes, yeah. I remembered seeing that recently from the like Game Deals Twitter. Oh, God damn it! It's very hard to right the ship if it starts to tilt. You have to actually lean forward and turn to get yourself stabilized again. Oh, I guess we're going down here, actually. Oh, I see it. There we go. There it is. I was like, where did my bike actually go? Alrighty. My console has it all on the spine of the physical copy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, again, it's one of those things that, like, it works nicely enough. Why am I listing to the right so hard? It's something that works well enough in Japanese, but in English it really is a struggle. What is... Okay. Oh no, don't make me abandon my bike. Oh, it's gonna be... Oh, yeah, they're gonna make me go down the sides, aren't they? Or am I just running around a circle? That'd be nice. Yay, we're just going around in a circle. Hello. All right. Or we're doing like a pentagram situation. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Ta-da! Yahaha. Okay. I think I'm going to ignore Addison for right now. We're going to go ding, 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 then hit Addison. Then we're going to go up here and just grab these four because they're all just kind of right here. And then we will get these over here and start moving west. Fuck yeah. My bike is right there. Oop, did I not hit the thing? I did not. Also done almost 92%. Hell yeah. Before we leave Farron, though, we will have to double-check our locations, because I think we are technically missing a few still. Nice. No, we want... yeah, like this. There we go. Alright. Metropolitan Police Department, Community Safety Bureau, Cybercrime Division, Investigation Unit 11, Digimon Crime Response Team. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't imagine, because some of those are... I mean, some of them, unless they literally go digital monsters with them, some of those names are going to still be, like... literally going to have to be spelled out, so... Oh, I see it down there. What's going to be up here? Here we go. Nice. Yahaha. Keishicho, Sekatsu, Sekatsu Anzenbu, Cyber Hanzaika, Sosa, Dai. I don't know what 11 is. Juichi, Kakari, Digimon, Hanzai, Sasku team. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. Whoop, shit. One of the things I'm very fascinated by in terms of, like, essentially, I guess you'd call it cultural Japanese in general, but, like, I'm fascinated by how many video games in Japan put their number in English. Like, not the Roman numeral, but, like, for say, Mega Man Battle Network 2. In Japan, it'd be Rockman, Eggsy, Tsu. It's like, oh, okay. And they're like, all right. As opposed to Ni, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting. So during my travels, the site bothered me so much I couldn't help stop and clean it up. And leave a place I want it to be cleaner than when I arrived. That's why I travel with a broom, as you can see. Tumbleweeds. And make progress here. If only the tumbleweeds didn't keep tumbling in. Now here's the thing. Let's do something very dumb, very, very, very dumb. Let's break you. All right, so now... Actually, wait, what am I doing? I don't need both of those. Juji Kakari or Jui Kakari. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I literally just walk up and... Oh, well, that's not going to help me. It's very funny, though. This is terrible. This is going to make this infinitely harder for me to do. Oh, they're not actually... I was kind of expecting them to burn up, not just be on fire. So this does make this... Oh, they are actually starting to break. Okay. Watch the wall disappear. Oh, there we go. Oh, charred pepper. Am I good? Goodbye, Yunobo. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. They do keep rolling in, so I wonder if the idea is that we just want to block off the entrances, basically. It is very, very funny to just burn them over and over again, but... Just want to see when these two burn. Oh, that worked!
Ma?
Hey, hilarious.
Ma?
Our number's time to use more calendar dates. You'll see kanji used in the restaurants. Okay. Oh, Royal Shield. All right. Okay. One more quest. Dunzo. So now, let's actually just keep going up for now. We'll hit Addison on the way down. Let's actually do them in this order. We'll do blue. Nope. Whoop, nope. Come on. Yeah, baby. There we go. That was the sole reason of, yeah, nice. What are you going to do with that? Setting things on fire. Nice. Oh, yeah. All right. Presumably on top of this little outcropping here. Well, my guess would be this, but it really seems like it's awfully open to interpretation. No? Oh, I guess we are doing this then? Okay. That was kind of a weird one, but that's all right. Okay. Did it just get very hot and then not very hot? Because I just took damage out of nowhere there. Okay. Oh, whoops. Well, okay. This is interesting that we're getting multiple puzzles that use the same symbol. That's very intriguing. What would another one be that would need a symbol like that? Maybe there's a Korok that's like moving around in that pattern or something. It's true, we are actually quite close to that. Fortunately, it's getting close to nighttime, so it's going to start getting cold. But also, we're not going to be here for very long anyway, so that's not a terrible situation for us. Okay. Pretty straightforward there. All right. Gah. And then off to another quest. Just gonna keep doing it like this, I guess. We're gonna warp immediately after this anyway, so it's fine. Hey, buddy. You there. You've got to be more than ordinary if you've come all this way. Know my name, Rado, the man who withstands, he who endures. Welcome to my contest of endurance set in the harsh climbs of Gerudo Canyon. Can you last? Will you prove yourself? Sure. Cold endurance contest. He just puts 50 rupees on the line, then whoever gives their all takes it all. Okay, lasts from evening till dawn. On vitality. So this is them going, hey, did you prepare some cold and heat stuff? Well, let's see. Do I actually have cold and heat meals? Heat resistance, cold resistance. I got one that goes for 8 minutes. All right, here we go. Oh, we did the newspaper stuff so early on. Yeah, we were. I guess by so early on, I mean early on in the like completion streams. But yes, yeah, we are all good on the newspaper front. I guess this is going to be a good time to just kind of chill for a minute. Someone using a rock from a blueprint using Zonai. That still works to wait from a blueprint using Zonai. From one of the constructs that like shows you the schema stones. Stick a rock to anything with it, whatever not. But yes, yeah, we did that once or twice. Oh, I didn't even think about a fire sword. I guess an ice sword would also help for the heat one too. But yeah, oh my god, where's my brain? I briefly saved a couple of the Gerudo vehicles by sticking a thing to it. Which I did a little sloppily. It wasn't the end of the world, but it was also like, I wish there was a cleaner way to do this that wasn't going to like totally disrupt the like aerodynamics of it, you know? But alas. Oh, this is a nice chance to kind of like take a breather. We're like, what, 2.5-ish hours in? Something like that. We still got some time tonight. We're definitely getting into the Gerudo Highlands at this point. Like, we absolutely have... actually why the two guys ask you to finish repair their vehicles. Oh, because that way you put stuff on it and it puts into your auto build. Yeah. Yep. No, that makes sense. Let me actually look at my own tracker right now. Yeah, Farron is just about complete. After we do this guy, we've got like a very small list of things that we're doing as we go through there. And then it's going to be Gerudo Highlands time. I think we're just going to kind of walk up across those. I'll probably leave the entrance to Gerudo Valley, alone for now. We'll make that the thing we do as we leave Gerudo in the next stream. Yeah. Yeah, we have 3 locations in Farron that I have to double check. That I have to double check whether we've been there or not. I think 2 of them will be easy enough to verify by checking the underground and then going above ground. But someone put a rock on a stick and saved it as a blueprint. Went to Korok rock puzzles and crafted it, laid it on the spot. That is interesting. Having it be an auto build, especially a cheap one like that, is a pretty interesting one. Because I've been sticking them on like swords and shields if I wanted to have a spare rock. Which, like, it's such a bummer because it's such an ingenious way of, like, hanging on to that and making it easier. But also, all of the rock puzzles in this game are painfully easy. I don't think there's been a single difficult rock puzzle in this game. At least in Breath of the Wild, you didn't have the ability to just freely move things in 3D space. And you had to, like, worry about how you were going to carry stuff around. But in this game, it's the easiest kind there is. All right, it is now midnight. We've been standing for 4-ish hours. I think dawn is 5 a.m. in this game. There's a part of me that's a little bummed that just as a cheeky reference to Majora's Mask, they didn't make dawn 6 a.m. and dusk 6 p.m. But I believe if you sleep until dawn in this game, it wakes you up at 5 a.m. Just like, oh, man, it was right there. It was right there. But that's okay. So annoyingly, I believe there are 2 quests for this, so we're actually going to have to do a second round of this, like, immediately after. On the plus side, it takes 2 of our quests off the list, which will only leave us with 4 quests, 2 of which we've actually technically started. We have the Gerudo's Colossal Fossil, which is literally just we just go back and show up. And then there's the Iceless Ice House, which we triggered in like northern Gerudo Desert and then just didn't bother with at all. I love how poor guy is like going through it and we're just standing there stone-faced like, yeah, whatever, man. Like this quest that was in Breath of the Wild one. But yes, the one with the Gorons where you had to stand on the like red hot surface was pretty great. I thought that was a fun one. Oh my god. This poor guy. All right, we still have a couple minutes. I want to check something real quick. Okay. 426. Yeah, all right. Just doing a little math in my head. This stream is probably going to get us to around 189-ish hours, maybe close to, probably not close to 190. I don't think we'll be going that late. So, like, rough guess, the series is going to cap out around, like, 193 hours at total. There was a point where it seemed like it might actually get to 200, but I think making a point of clearing the last couple caves when we were there, clearing out the last couple wells and things, like picking and choosing occasional times to just wipe stuff off the list entirely, has sped up the Korok process. Because it's the more we're doing this, the more we're just bringing it down to Korok seeds, Addison signs, and fights. So it does speed it up when we're not going like, okay, time to do a cave for the next like 10 minutes. Rarely did they go that long, but like still. But yeah, it's wild to see the map whittling down this much. We may get through the Gerudo Highlands tonight. We might. We might also get like through the lower half of it and then save the upper half for the next time. I don't know. We have just enough stuff in Central Hyrule though that we probably won't wind up wanting to have too much more on our plate from there. I don't know if the last 40 seconds are going to be enough, but also I can definitely just weather out the last of the stuff through damage. It's almost daytime. You got this, buddy. He is not doing well. He's having a hard time here. Oh, buddy. You can do it. There's the sun. Can you see it? There it is. Look, everything's casting a shadow. Because the sun's coming up. You got this, man. You got this. Oh, he drops at 4:30. He died. Well, so 8 minutes was pretty much perfect timing then. You got what it takes. I'll give you that. So you win. You get to take it all. Here, it's yours. Silver rupee. My endurance shines brightest in the scorching heat. Our next contest will be held under the blazing hot sun. All right, so for this one, well, first of all, yeah, neither of these will last long enough on their own. I could definitely just get through it all. I could definitely just get through it all with like hearts and things after that. But what we'll do instead is we will absolutely cheat our little balls off. Doesn't seem like it's actually... maybe. I think I can also... 150 rupees. Jeez, dude. Yup. Clearing that away. What? I didn't place anything up there. What? What the fuck are you talking about? What happened? What was that? The camera is much weirder for this. I'll put it right here. And give a little bit of negative space. There we go. Perfect. Aw. All right, well. And now we wait again. Oh, you can make a shade platform. Oh, that's rude. That one's weird in the sense that, like, yeah, there was... I don't understand what happened. There was nothing on there, so I really don't understand what made him so mad. Also, if I make a shade platform, realistically, he should be like, yo, dude, what? But also, I can just stand here. This will never run out. So, I mean, it's fine. It's honestly funny to just have a little ice scepter now out of a construct part. Maybe it'd be very weird if you considered Minoru an object for that, but it's fine. All right, let me clear out some of my stuff here while we're waiting. Cold endurance, heat endurance. So we're now down to 4. Or the heart stuck to Minoru's back. Maybe. I'll be kind of upset if he blew up my Talus heart that was on there. That'd be pretty fucking rude. Would not be okay with that. Oh. Let's see here. Yeah, so I'm going to... From here, I'm going to dive to the northeast. We've got an Addison, a Hinox fight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Korok seeds, and a Lino. And then I'm going to go back into Farron to get our last locations sorted out. Because then we'll just be down to the stuff on the map and Central Hyrule. We are not missing any locations in the Gerudo Desert. So At that point, we are strictly down to stuff in Central Hyrule and the icons on the map. So that'll be good. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 locations, and then one that I don't think is a real location. So I think we have 10 locations. There's one that's got a very strange. It's for some reason it was on the map as a location, and it said the shock resistant outfit. So I think somebody incorrectly put that in there. I think we still have all four of our. We definitely still have Gleox left. We presumably have. I see there's Hinox icons, Talus icons, and we definitely haven't killed all the Moldugi yet. I think we only killed 2 of them. So I have 3 of their icons on the map. So we will have to play that by ear a little bit. I guess we'll be able to tell if we've defeated them when we go up to attack. So some of the quests that were quite amusing were the loving with amusing with the loving man interact with Vi. It still has a statue. Oh yeah, that was funny. The like standing still and you were like, oh yeah, I'm totally a statue. Don't be weirded out by me standing here in the middle of your class on romance. Oh my god, the canon one was great too. Where it's like, hey, come over here, check this out. Boom, and then everyone freaks the fuck out and is like, okay, you're not allowed to touch the canon anymore. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Link, that was weird. And I'm like, oh, yeah. It honestly seems like the Gerudo Desert got the most character work in the game. And also, visibly, the Lightning Temple is, without question, the best dungeon in this game or Breath of the Wild. It's the best, strictly speaking, it's the best new dungeon they've made in 12 years. Oh, boy. Having to wear a mask to make the Vi comfortable and speak. Oh, yeah, yup. Yeah, they did some fun stuff with that. I think they did a good job of, like, leaning in on some of that a little bit. Because maybe some of that has to do with, like, the Gerudo tend to be portrayed pretty stiffly in other games where they've turned up. Even in Breath of the Wild, they seemed a little bit kind of vaguely defined. So giving them some more personality in this game definitely was kind of nice. The defense games that were basically real-time strategy were a really welcome change of pace. It was a very interesting sudden switch, and it had me kind of bummed that the other regions feel like they missed out on so much of the creativity that showed up in the Gerudo region in this game. I feel like Gerudo is where they put all their weirder ideas. Lore how Vi children had to go live in the village if they were born outside. Yeah, that was an interesting one with was it Madison, I think? That was born in Tarrytown and then grew up enough to be, all right, it's time for her to go on her pilgrimage back to Gerudo Town, which is like interesting. I'm curious how long that they're meant to stay there before. Yes, yeah, she's among the kids now. You can actually, like, anytime there's that cluster of kids that are like in class or sleeping or whatever, she's usually with them, kind of moving in groups. Oh yeah, the husband in the jail. Yeah. I think if you take a picture of Madison and you can bring it back to Hudson and I forget the mom's name. Ronson, I think. Then I think they have some kind of response to that, which is kind of cute. I have not done that, but also there's not like a quest thing related to it, but I feel like when the cloud cover happens, the temperatures drop just a little bit. Something like that, but couldn't get it to work. Oh, bummer. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something specific that has to be done, or it has to be like her doing something in particular. But yeah, I do appreciate Breath of the Wild, had a very empty sort of vibe to its world on purpose. That was like half the point of the game. But I do appreciate that Tears of the Kingdom really fleshed out its world and its characters. it's still a fairly deserted world in some ways. Like, there's just a lot of space between civilization, but the areas that do have people and various races are definitely, like, bubbling with much more life than they were last time. Okay, so Ronson at least will react, so that's good. Interesting. So are we doing this till 4:30 p.m.? He's not looking good. I'm looking great. He is wobbling. Man is wobbling. All right, let's see. 4:30? Yay. Yeah, it honestly, and it's also, the dungeon also functioned like an old Zelda dungeon for the most part. It still had the do 4 things thing, which is kind of a bummer. But as far north as I can, just push myself to the brink. My training journey awaits. Farewell. Yeah, I don't know. It proved that essentially these games can absolutely do that they can absolutely do like classic Zelda dungeons, despite being fairly insistent before that they couldn't. And it's like, I don't believe you. And now you've proven that you absolutely can do those dungeons. Yeah, oh man, we absolutely started cheesing the Fire Temple in particular. The Fire Temple, somewhere along the line, we like made a wrong turn, and suddenly the linearity they were shooting for on the various branches just didn't make sense anymore. So I just started ascending through platforms and just skipped a bunch of shit. Because it was very quickly becoming like unbearable to try to do some of them. Dude, you picked the weirdest fucking places for this. Doing it the lazy way again. And it's your fault. It's your fault, Addison. God, I'm gonna be so fucking happy when we do one of these and he's like, "Oh, I'm done with signs now." This little fucking dingus. Windtemple Abode really being the other closest to a dungeon one too. Yeah, the Wind Temple. Oh yeah, yes, the Wind Temple. I was mixing up with the Water Temple. Yeah, the Wind Temple felt like it was very interesting how the Wind Temple essentially was a huge send up to the Sandsea dungeon from or actually wait, no, hang on. The dungeon itself felt like a send up to the Sandsea dungeon, the Sand Ship. But then obviously you've got oh my god, I'm blanking on its name. Like Coldorm? No. Oh my god. In this game, the ice Moldormy one. Colgera, yeah. Clearly it sent up to the Molgera from a 4-2 and like that one, the dungeon itself was fine. It was a solid first one. Especially as you're kind of learning all of your various aerial acrobatics and things. And then the Fire Temple was lame. Super sucked. It was not fun, and it was not... It seemed like the Fire Temple was trying to evoke stuff a little more like the Oracle games, where you had... There was at least 1 or 2 dungeons among those where you had to like ride mine carts through various areas and use switches and things. I think Oracle of Seasons had the magnet gloves that like did some stuff with that and all those. Yeah, the temple itself, like, man, yeah, the execution was not good, in my opinion. The Water Temple was like weird in the sense that it felt like it was over very quickly. All right, so this guy is still with us. It felt like once you knew what you were doing in the Water Temple, it was just like, okay, lather, rinse, repeat. Very not difficult puzzles. There we go. just wasn't a very satisfying dungeon at all, in my opinion. Yeah, I would say it's probably the worst water temple we've ever seen. Which, man, that's a pretty unfortunate accolade for it. But it really is just not a fun dungeon kind of at all. Well, that was another thing, too. Like, this game does the thing where it's like, oh, you need to bring your buddy there, then talk to the gate to be told no, and then talk to your buddy again. Or did you have to talk to the gate again? I forget. I still even forget what it was. But, like, it was so weird and unintuitive where it's like, why would it just not start at that point? You've got your friend, you talk to the gate, go. It's just very weird. I don't know. Did I not talk to the gate at all in that one? I thought that I had talked to the gate, but then I needed to talk to Sidon again. Oop, wrong thing. Ah, there he goes. Like, where is our piece? But also, it does feel strange to me to be like, hey, unless you press the button that you know already will tell you no, then you can't actually start doing things. Like, that feels a little bit busted from a story standpoint. Like, that seems off. I don't know. Good job there. What the hell? Right, we've already fought that Gleeok, so we don't have to fight him again, which is nice. Right. Well, yeah, but like, in a situation like that, for one, it's frustrating that I have to touch the button I know isn't going to do anything. Like, it's going to tell me no because every time it tells me no. But also, it's frustrating that talking to Sidon does not get him to follow you. You have to interact with a different thing to get Sidon to follow you. Like, that just feels strange to me. I don't know. This is going to be a flower thing, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, come on now. Let's do that. There we go. Okay. 3 more of these, and then we're going to go hunting. Where put my bike? There's my bike. Alright. Whoop. Come on. There we go. I'm just trying to turn in place. All right. There we go. E. Now this is Great Plateau. Ah, we got a thing over here. Oh my god, it's a 2-rock puzzle. Toolin. Alright. That's true too, yeah. Like, we were able to get a weird amount of it done without Sidon. And like, some of the presentation of the stuff you needed him for was, like, not very convincing in terms of why you couldn't do it without him, you know? I never actually played Foursquare as a kid. We had like, a variation on... It was, like, a halfway between Foursquare and Dodgeball called Ballo. It was probably more or less just dodgeball, but there was, oh, what the hell was it? I'm trying to remember, because, yeah, if you were out, then you moved to the opposite side of the opposing team's square into, like, this little rectangular space where you were allowed to essentially play over there so that the ball, it was like the schoolyard version, I guess, so that the ball didn't just go flying off somewhere. Oh, damn it. Yep. Hi, buddy. All right, your friend is straight across and down. Sweet. One thing I find very interesting about the Great Plateau is that, like, even on the stuff that is supposed to be, like, natural formations, there's this, like, castle look to it. Which has me wondering, like, why is it like that? We'll see it in a second here, but... Okay, no, I know that. I know that. Is it really not going to let me ride it like this? There we go. But yeah, look on the side of the mountain. The plateau is I guess guarded, but like I don't know, something feels odd about it. Like I guess they're protecting the Temple of Time, or were they fortifying it to protect Link specifically when he was asleep for 100 years? Oh no. I had a King Leok that I beat, and then the Blood Moon was starting, and I was like, we gotta go. We gotta fucking get our prize and get the fuck out of here. That was like my #1 worry, was that I was gonna beat a King Leok, and then the Blood Moon was gonna happen, and I was gonna be up shit's creek. Let's just do this for right now. So we want this. Oh, whoop, wait a minute. What the fuck? Hi. Just a random-ass chest? Okay. Weird. I guess we're going up there. Okay. So this. And... Oh, right there. I was like, are we missing another one? Oh, whoops. There we go. Nice. Now, 1 second. Okay. Now let's fight a Lionel. And then we are going to fly away, so I'm not going to worry about my bike now. There he is. That. And... Now here's an interesting thing. If I let myself be taking damage... Don't know if these stack, but I want to find out. I'm tempted to do this, but we do have one more Lionel fight in the Highlands. But also, fuck it. Oh, no, that's right. These won't stack on each other like this. I'm just if it'll stack with the attack up. I think it will though. Oh, this is like a not especially strong dude here too, so what if I just do this to fuck with him? Oh my god, a Savage 5 line elbow? Oh, this guy is gonna fucking explode. Jesus Christ. Wow. That's amazing. Mighty Lionel Shield. Do I have any? Yeah, let's drop that. Mighty Lionel Bow. There we go. Okay. So knock that out. Let's see. Boss Gerudo was the only one I enjoyed fighting. Yeah, it was okay. It felt very sluggish of a fight to me, but otherwise it was at least interesting. Colgera was extremely fast of a fight. We just kind of midair shot it and killed it in like a minute. The Marbled Goma was like interesting, a little bit clunky, but just that was an okay boss. It was like the only redeeming thing at all about the Fire Temple. And then Muktarok was an embarrassing mess. I absolutely fucking ripped him apart. Okay. So let's see here. Just kind of scanning around real quick. Da, 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 da. Okay, so because I'm sort of going off of the groves as an indicator of where the woods are above them. Let's see here. Oh, we do have Meta Mountain. So that's good. That was one of our 3 remaining ones. Because I thought that all of the woods had groves underneath them, but I could be wrong. Like this could maybe be a thing. Ah, we did get Zonai Ruins. Okay. I don't remember that popping up on the screen, but I might have missed it. So also, this area here seems like it would be what we're looking for. But I recall walking through there. So let's do this one real quick just to get it out of the way. We have one location that seems to be missing. Relative positions of a couple of landmarks. Yeah. Great Plateau wasn't always there and got swapped with the forest or something. This game just proves that most of the scenes in the past take place are on or near the Great Plateau. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. The stuff that's... I was kind of wondering about that, actually. All the stuff that we get of Zelda's flashbacks. So I guess the Temple of Time on the ground... That could lead to some interesting theories about a couple of things with like the Temple of Time and stuff, but let's actually switch to this one. Oh, good. It's going to rain in like an hour. Great. That's what I was really hoping for, was rain. That's the thing, right? Like, maybe it used to be more like there, and then... This seems like it's a trap, so I'm going to go ahead and not touch that. This isn't triggering anything, so... Let's no luck on this guy. That's an iron shroom. Damn it, I was hoping it was a razor shroom. Alright, let's hop over here. Dive down from there. There's a circular area where the chest is, which is the forest above. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can check that too. Oh, that wind pulled the arrows to a different weak point. That's very interesting. That is wild. Holy shit. I guess it makes sense. I don't remember the... I don't know if the wind was, like, super crazy for the shots that I was doing for mine, but, like, that is hilarious if it's like, oh, no, they're getting pulled to the side. Oh, never mind. All right, let's move quickly. Can't see shit. So I don't know, like... I guess not all of the woods have groves underneath them, or not actual groves, right? Because Finra Woods does not have a Finra Grove. There is this as a possibility, but I feel like that's too small of a place. All right, I think I'm just gonna try to peek then, because we'll be here for a while if I just try and work it out like this. What the fuck? Are you shitting me? Really? I guess, like here, basically inside the Finra Woods, is what we're looking for. That's disappointing. I guess I'll just run there, like... It's definitely fairly disappointing that that didn't get triggered somehow, but okay. fine. It's fine. I think the boss was positioned in the right place. The section just happened to be behind me. Yeah, like, it's... Those are my favorite moments, when there's just some insane happenstance that just makes some magical shit happen. Boo. Next time you can take the Silent Princess in the depths below, and there's always a triple soldier gift rock. Oh, interesting. Okay. Gotcha. This reminded me a lot of the Yiga traps. So I was just like, I don't need a Silent Princess, so it's fine. God, I was literally just here. How far away? I walked around this statue. How many paces? How many seconds in this direction? I'm not even running. I'm just trotting. Farron Woods. There we go. You ass. God damn it. All right. So let's come up over here and get this party started. Actually, I want to go chat with the fairy real quick to see if we can upgrade some stuff. Yeah, it's weird. Like, having two different woods be, like, overlapping each other that hard seemed a little bit strange. But yeah, let's go back up here. It's my favorite fairy. Get this job going. Okay. Yeah, 820. So we're down to 180 Korok seeds. Boop-boop-boop-boop-doo-doo. And while it doesn't seem like we're making as much progress as we want on the Korok seeds, we now are completely done with caves, and we have 4 quests left to go, at which point it's all Korok seeds, Addisons, and fights. And we only have 2 more Gleeoks as well, so, like, the rest of the fights are all going to be significantly quicker to get through. All right. All right. So I can do 1 of them, but I need 3 more sticky lizards to get them all the way. All right. I was going to say I can probably do more because the other ones I don't think used yeah, Horrible and Horn, Sticky Lizard. Neither of these are that, so let's just make it better. If I'm going to be wearing it, I may as well make it good. Oh, that's true. That's true. I suppose I can hop down there and grab those real quick, too. Granted, I'm probably not going to be in slick areas anymore for, like, basically the rest of the game. Oh, God damn it. No. Just get me back into the conversation. Please don't put all of this stuff in between. Yes. Thank you. Black Horrible and Horn, Horrible and Guts, Opal. Sounds good. I'm going to have a 60 defense fucking frog gear when I get 3 more sticky lizards going. I guess that's fair, yeah. I don't know how much sheer ice there's going to be in the Highlands. It's going to be cold, but I guess there might be some. Depth stuff, the helmets, and stuff that does not matter. No, the wild stuff, yeah. Okay, so 3 sticky lizards. Bye. Goodbye. I guess from up here is probably the fastest. The depths of the grove area for them. Show the copy-paste horseshoe like spot in the middle. And going oh yeah, because it's usually like a big hollowed out tree that tends to have the treasures down there, right? All right. Yeah, I think I want to be on this side for this. We have had a blood moon, so they should be respawned. Let's also use our quiet gear. I don't like the fact that my sensor is not going off. I don't think that they've respawned yet. That is disappointing. Yeah, we might just have to go without. Oof. Not at the moment. I think I'm gonna keep the sensor on. Might go off as we get near like random caves and wells and things. And if that's the case, we'll go for it. Oh, okay. All right, so we're at least gonna get 2 of them, I think. Or at least 1 of them. Okay. Aside from elemental protection, I only ever had 1. The climbing or the stealth suit. Yeah. This is not what I wanted. Oh, okay, we got... Get up, what the hell? Climb, Link. Please. Oh, that drives me nuts. If he goes into a tiny little alcove like that, he will just... Stop crouching, you fucking idiot. I'm gonna lose my shit. Be dead. This is going to be number 9. Or I guess now number 4. Oh, God. But yeah, I've tried to like generally power up a bunch of them to 2 stars if like it seemed like there might be at least some kind of like benefit from it. Mostly out of curiosity, to be honest, but I don't think there's any more that are this far down. But the one that was at the head didn't respawn anything yet. I'm going to poke back up there 1 more time real quick. And then I was going to miss the next Zelda game, not included, is the one to... Oh, was it the Muddle Butt, I think? That makes them start attacking each other? That one's a fun one. I didn't use it all that much. It didn't occur to me to try using them to against the Gloom spawn, but it sounds like that's a pretty popular tactic for whittling them down a little bit. Nothing. All right. Yeah. Let's try try the thing real quick here and see if that... Because all I need is one, so... Let's try and hit a bunch of weak ones or boss bokoblins. Yeah, it's... I guess if you can nail... Because I think it has a small area of effect, doesn't it? So you can hit a bunch of them and they just start like going to town on each other. I suppose while I'm here, I can also double check how many various boss monster dudes are left. But let's not talk to anybody until I've got the sticky lizard and I have managed to take off my Giga outfit. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Oh, fucking hallelujah. Okay. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's do it like this. Oh, blow the horn to call their underlings to them into muddle. Oh, yeah, that's an interesting chunk of it as well. That town you had to save, especially the group ones with the giant bokoblin. Ooh, that is smart too. I was just going like huge DPS at that point, so it just kind of didn't really come up, but it does make a good amount of sense as well. Since I'm here, I may as well get some more fans and hoverstones. All right. Alright. Fans. All of them. Come on. I think I'm probably good on rockets. Steering sticks. Hoverstones. Alright, let's go back up over here. Alright, let's go get our fucking frog suit. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Here we go. Hello again. Yes, yes, yes. Fucking finally. Alright, can we get another level on it? Yes, we can. The band one was fun. That was a pretty fun one. Like, having that be a progressive thing over time was definitely kind of a neat dealie. Can I get it all the way? Yes, I can. So now we have a 60 defense frog suit. It's one of my best defensive outfits at this point. Right, froggy leggy. It is actually, I think, my first perfect outfit now. Oh, you'll love to see it. Yeah, what do I have? What do I have that's better than 20? So this is 28. And I guess all three of those parts would get to 28, so it'd be an 84 defense outfit. But for the time being, and also these as a headpiece are also 28. Interesting. Alrighty. Yeah, the Yiga outfit is pretty fucking trash on its own without any adjustments to it. Alright, let's see if we can at least get this chunk cleared out. Here we go. Alrighty. Alright, so first up, get this one right in front of us. Oh, it's going to be underneath, isn't it? This is going to be an ascend one. Okay. Get that one. Alrighty. And down here. So just gonna be this one rock. Oh, never mind. It's not a rock. But we can put a rock on it. Alright. If I just leave it, is it just gonna... No. Boink. Alright. Let's take that off of there. I think I might leave these for proper Gerudo desert stuff later. Start heading to this one. But I am going to change my outfit so I don't die. There we go. Shock damage resist. Right. I don't know how much that's going to be a whole thing out here. And also, I should probably just keep the climbing stuff as best I can anyway. So I am still going to be climbing around. There we go. Okay. I don't know why I grabbed that. Let's hop on up. Champions Tunic, Dragon parts, Zonai armors, take high-end construct parts. Yeah, the pieces definitely start to get a little intense after a while. Yeah, the All Shrines one, it's interesting how it kind of mirrors things, right? So in Breath of the Wild, the All Shrines reward is the hero. Oh, I forget what they called him. The hero of Legend or something. What the hell is that outfit called? Tunic of the hero. Oh, it's just the hero. And then in this one, and that one being the NES Zelda Link. And then in this one, you get all the shrines. You get the ancient hero from the scrolls of Breath of the Wild, which, again, there's so much that like implies, and they just kind of threw it out there and like, I don't know, man. Here, it's like, wait a minute, you can't just drop that on us and walk away. What the fuck? Looks like a block puzzle. Yeah. Oh, this is a cute one. Oh, never mind. I thought I just had to place it freestanding. There we go. Yeah, haha. Oh, we got our second to last Gleeok coming up right here. Yeah, I think we can get up there. Let's do this for a second. Does the NES Zelda have an epithet? I don't think so. I feel like if they wanted to give him anything, it would be like the hero of legend, just because it ties it back into the series itself. But considering the vast majority of Zelda games take place in a different timeline or before that game, there's not a lot of opportunities to give him a proper full epithet. Like, the only games that even could take place after the original Zelda are The Adventure of Link, which still stars that Link, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, and I guess Age of Calamity as well. You can make a mild argument for the original Hyrule Warriors also having the possibility, but then not doing it. Honestly, one of the weirder things about the old NES Link is how various different games seem to not really be sure whether they want to treat him like a standard Link that's got the same kind of like outfits and all of these things, or or to treat him like a weird blocky blob guy. It seems to vary quite a bit depending on what game you're playing. Hero of the Triforce is a possibility, but you don't actually... I don't think you ever combine the Triforce in either of the games. You collect the Triforce of Wisdom in one, and then reacquire the Triforce of Power by killing Ganon, and then the second game is all about the Triforce of Courage, but I don't think you ever actually like combine them as compared to like A Link to the Past or Skyward Sword, where you do wind up having the full Triforce. Okay. Go, 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 go. Ah, fuck you. Come on, go, 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 go. Thank you. Okay. Not overly worried on defense. But we'll do this for health. I don't think I've got any... Yeah, I don't have any heat power up, which is kind of a bummer. Do this. I'll have to merge it with something else on the ground. Yeah. Oh my god. It's too tempting. Okay, no, that's such a waste. That's way, 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 way too much for that. I'll do this, though. Oh, shit, really? God damn it, game. Well, that's fucking frustrating. Come on, get on it, go! What the fuck? Oh, it's backwards. God damn. Oh, fuck me. Oh, good. It just broke. Okay. Fuck, fuck, fuck. God damn it. I thought I was far enough away this time. Are you shitting me right now? Come on. I'm hitting A. That's extremely aggravating. Let's get out of here. Come on. Let's also do this. Okay. That should just kill him. Oh, no, he's still alive. I mean, that should kill him. What? Is he still charging an attack? What the fuck? I just want to, like, keep hovering just to see what happens here. Because he should be dead. What is happening right now? That was the weirdest shit. I mean, yeah, he's falling, but also its head's still being strikeable after being dead is definitely not normal. Like, no enemies in the game do that. Let's go down and do this. All right. Oh, yeah, the fall damage would have too, which is why the only reason I kept shooting him was because of like, okay, wait, I can still target his head specifically. Like, the arrow was still there, which previously it wasn't when a head was knocked out. So I was under the assumption that, like, he wasn't ready to fall yet or something. I don't know. It was put together in a way that was a little ambiguous and weird. All right, here we go. Try to let him go. Here we go. As I've seen them running HP and them black dusting. I thought for sure that I had tried that on other enemies and you couldn't do that, but I could be mistaken. Oh, Addison, I can't believe you're literally the last thing other than Korok seeds and fights that we're going to have left to do here. Fuck's sake. Oh, man. Okay. We keep moving. We keep on moving. It's a shame that this game in particular does not have a desert outfit that lets you have variety of warm and cold just kind of together. Like, make it ultra rare or something, but I don't know. A lot of folks living in the desert day and night wearing one set of clothes, essentially. I feel like they could have done something. I don't know. They are Gerudo too. I mean, yes, that's true. That's true. Hell, they can even do a thing where wearing it makes you susceptible, more susceptible to electric attacks. just to like lean in on it, where it's like, okay, a little bit of risk reward here. Something looks weird about that up there on the left. What the fuck? Does that look... Oh, because I'm seeing the bottom of the walls of the labyrinth. That's why. It looked like it was, like, stretching downwards. And I'm like, this is definitely not what that's supposed to be doing. But yeah, a set bonus of cold resist would be perfect, too. Make it a reward for, like, getting the Vo outfit and then leveling it up. That'd be a great way to do that. Alright. Let's go up here. So we can get this Talus. Swordsbreak and Lionels are already dead because of jamming. Yes, that's why I've been very careful with my Lionel fights to only hit like ding, 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 like not hammering on it just because I don't want to, because what happens after it dies, you wind up flying backwards, and if you hit it one more time, you do one of those like diving attacks. And if your weapon is weak, it's gonna just shatter right then and there. Another free climbing section here. Picture Link in a Twin Rova set with your idea to combat hot cold. It would just change what it resists based on the area time of day. Yeah, that too. Where like it gives you, from dawn till dusk it gives you heat resist. From dusk till dawn it gives you cold resist. Be interesting, since as a Twin Rova set it would be inherently magical, which would give it a reason for why it behaves like that. Because then you could wear it in other areas too and be like, oh well, I'm up in the mountains. I'm out in like Mount Lanayru, and it's daytime, so I better put something else on. This thing's only going to give me cold resist at night. Wear the Desert Void for one piece of the Snow Quill. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, okay, there's no sand boots doing that. There's a lot of there's a bunch of kind of drawbacks to mixing and matching. In general, honestly, it's like super disincentivizing just because so many of the benefits are generally so good. I'll do this one. It's fine. God damn it! Every time. I was good at it before, and I just kind of lost my. Oh, I got this one already. Hell yeah! All right. Goodbye. Nope, I said goodbye. Why is there a... Was this one of the ones that we had to, like, do for the Blade Master thing at one point? Yeah, okay. That's why I was like, I could put a banana in it, but this isn't supposed to be a Korok spot. Oh, that makes sense. Actually, wait a second. I thought I saw something, but maybe I didn't. I can't see right now. Thank you. Ah, there we go. Seems like a test of patience more than anything else. Yeah, the Twin Rova set would be an interesting thing that it is a little surprising they didn't do anything with it, considering, like, the last game had you wear the Desert Vi outfit, so it wouldn't be all that outlandish to have you wear a Twin Rova outfit. Actually, come to think of it, this would be the second. This would be, well, I guess not because of Age of Calamity. I was gonna say this would be the third, I guess, mainline release in a row where Link would wear women's clothes, essentially, right? Like, because in Triforce Heroes you can get the cheerleader outfit, I think it was a cheerleader outfit. And there were tons of images of that Link just being like, hell yeah. I think there were dresses also, yeah. Which makes sense given the characters in the game anyway, but yeah. Bye-bye. Alright, well, I would be stunned if I didn't get this one already, but we may as well go and peek. Actually, yeah, this game would be a very interesting time to do a Twin Rova thing, considering Twin Rova is in the game. They haven't been verbally name dropped, but they have been visually name dropped, thanks to the outfits of the two, I don't know, we want to call them handmaidens, I guess. That's probably not right. The two, okay, we got that one, yes. The two, I guess, warriors that are with Ganondorf when he meets with King Roru. Because they have Kotake and Kome written on their outfits in Ocarina of Time era Hylian, too, which is very interesting. Okay, that seemed like that would have been... Oh, no, this is a... Actually seems like it's right here. Oh, hey, there you are. Are we going up? Fucking course we are. Are there stakes around here? Alright, alright. Don't you dare roll away, you son of a bitch. There we go. There we go. It's literally right there. It's going to take 5 seconds. There we go. Excellent. All right. Okay. I think we're going to skip that one as part of Gerudo, the Gerudo Road there. Let's go fight a Talus. All right. Here we go, here we go. Here we go. Alright. Oh, is this the one that's inside the... It is. Okay. That's fine. Let's go this way. Boomer Ranger has a skirt, more of a kilt, cheer outfit. It's a cheer outfit, yeah. Latest ensembles address the final boss. Legendary dress is Zelda's dress. Queen of Hearts is a dress, or maybe a robe. Torrent robe also looks kind of like a dress. All right. What the fuck? Okay. It's about to start getting hot soon. Oh, motherfucker. Wait a second. What am I doing? Oh, is the Talus in a cave? Might be in the Tafe Hill Cave. Because it's supposed to be right here. So screw it. I'll go back in and look around. I gotta ascend first to get out of the Yiga Blade Master area, but then I'll be in the cave. First one's a little of a wizard's robe, but I would say it's probably a dress. Second one seems much more dress-like. Queen of Hearts seems pretty dress-like. Torrent is a little more 50-50 between dress and robe. But yeah, I would say the Queen of Hearts is basically a dress. Oh, this guy right here. There's like no fucking way we didn't fight this guy already, but... check anyway. Hey, buddy. But it's a rare one, so fuck it. Pick up some stuff while we're here. Alright. Screw it, I'm doing it. There we go. Okay, so we did get that guy. So now... God, this map looks a lot emptier. Let's aim for this one, and then I'll put down a thing, because I'm going to need to walk around a bunch, and there's not a lot of great shrines up here, so that's going to affect things somewhat. Oh, come on, man. Cool tooling, thank you. There we go. Oh, god damn it. All right. Oh, and the snow boots don't protect from... Erg. Here we go. So we're going to go up here. I'm going to place my marker, and then I might actually go and finish the other 4 quests. I might actually just rip the Band-Aid off on the quests. Because then, for the final stream, it's going to be just Korok Seeds, Addison Signs, and monster fights. So we're going to plan on playing Animal Well some point down the road. I don't actually know anything about Animal Well. I don't know if I've heard of that one. But it being a Metroidvania has my interest pretty quickly. Oh, that's right. This is Video Game Donkey's. This is Donkey's first game, right? Yeah. Or his studio's first game, which is fucking wild to think about just in general. Puzzle exploration, no combat in the game. Interesting. Okay. Might be. I mean, I remember now that was a thing. I remember seeing it. I didn't remember it by name, but I don't know. That might be something worth like checking out in general. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'll necessarily stream it, but I might just check it out. I don't know. Figure why the hell not. Any idea how long it is? So I think that would also be a factor in determining whether or not I decide to like give it a swing for streaming stuff too. Yep. You know what? Let's kill a couple of these guys real quick here. Why did I like wind up like that? That was weird. I went to go attack and he like did a very long wind up. 4 to 6. Okay. So that could honestly be just like a either 2 streams or 1 long one, which could be fine. Maybe down for that. Okay. So I'm going to put a thing right here for artistry's sake. Also, with 409, I think that means we're at 830 Korok seeds. So 170 left to go, but let's go and get these quests done. So first of all, if I do this, I'm going to go inside, which is going to be annoying. So let's just go this way. Yeah, a little snowman on top of the mountain. Yeah. Zwing. Yeah, 830 Korok seeds. So 170 remain. It seems like so much more than is actually left on the map. Though, granted, we don't have 170... we don't have 170 units of doing stuff with Koroks. It's just that we have 170 Koroks, because, like, returning lost Koroks gets you 2, so... Alright, so it's going to be hot out. That, and... Well, if it's not hot enough out that I'm, like, really dying, we'll do that, and we'll put sand boots. In some ways, it's kind of a shame that there's not more drawn-out combat points. It's weird. It feels like all of these armor pieces are really good for, like, RPG element stuff where you would need to be like, oh, man, I'm about to go fight a blah, so I need to do this and this and this. And, like, other than Gleeoks and Lynels, it kind of feels like there's not a lot of incentive to, like, strategically mix and match stuff very often. And I feel like it's a missed opportunity, but I don't know how you fix that without really adding a lot to the game, you know? I don't know what the solution there really is. Knit or within a deep forest. Okay. Knit sounds familiar-ish. Oh, I am taking damage now. God damn it. Oh, because I was wearing the circlet. I'm like, wait, what am I wearing on my fucking head then? Yeah, knit is one that I think I might have seen a while back at, like, PAX or something. If it's not something I'm mixing up with something else. Within a deep forest I have not heard of, though. But I definitely love me some puzzles. I'm all about puzzly games. I actually still have Baba Is You is still on my short list of stuff that I really need to check out. Alright. Hey, you. Hi. A child? I mean, just look at it. Okay. Very neat that the head just exists now. Alright, well, the body is up there. That always annoys me when it's like, oh yeah, you did the thing, so now something exists that definitely did not exist before. I'm like, oh, okay. Is the ceiling still... Okay, no, the ceiling is already destroyed, so the body is also just down there somewhere. Okay. Now the tail, I thought, was up on one of the side walls. Well, there's the tail right there. Okay. Oh, and there's the body right there. Did it actually remember the spot that I left those in? Come on. This feels a little morbid. Here, put together this beast's baby skeleton. This isn't weird at all. That is not going to count. Oh, okay, it does count. Okay. Sure, it's a precious little baby. Sure. Visiting the Elden Hebra and Gerudo regions, meeting all my cute little leviathans. This parent and child combo may be the cutest of all. I just want to stay with this adorable leviathan fossil family forever. All right. It's 1 down. 3 to go. So now we can take that away. We want to head up here. So I guess we'll do... Is that an underground shrine? No, it is not. Perfect. Professor, were you handing your essay multiple times because they never read it? Oh, God. He's like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alrighty. We want to go that way. Oh, this might not have been a great plan. Oh, okay. That actually worked out pretty well. Alrighty. And yeah, like, animal mounts in this game feel very pointless after a certain point, where, like, you've got all of your various machines you can build to just get around quickly. So it kind of stops being useful to have a horse or a sand seal once you have enough battery. What the fuck is that? Okay, it is a monster tower. Nice. Alright, so what was the deal with this mission again? Northern Ice House, yeah. Are we getting something from the Southern Ice House? Water again. If you're wondering where the ice is, well, it's gotten hot enough that it's all melted down. Feels wrong to call this place an ice house. He uses ice from here. Okay. Getting ice delivered to town. Gotta find a way to make ice. I mean... Was this all I had to do the whole time? That's... Oh. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Also, I'm wearing a thing. Let's actually put a different one on here. Let's break something. Oh, I can actually just equip this. Need to be a hunk of ice, though, which makes me wonder... Actually, is that...
Oh.
Okay, so I'll just do it again, and then... Okay. Oh, does this re-strengthen it? Or... Oh, for the water, you mean, yeah. Still too big. Oh, close. Very close. Oh my god. Painful. I mean... No. Oh, game. There. Yup. You got your ice.
Oh. Ah.
Okay.
Oh.
Hard to accept, so give me some time, okay? Oh, wait, you're a Vo, so you aren't allowed inside Gerudo Town. Maybe you could relax at Karakar Bazaar instead. Yay! 2 more. And they're both started off within Gerudo Town. Hey, that ice is just... Oh, no, it's the previous ice. Oh, man. Yeah, just these 2, and then we'll be done with quests. Oh, possibly, yeah. I thought that I got, like, some either Noble Pursuit or, like, a knockoff of it previously as, like, a one-time thing, too. Okay, so I think one of these is going to be from inside here. Oop, not inside here. Not what I meant. Underneath. Okay, come on in. Ah.
Oh.
See here, you finding my new power as a sage helpful. I haven't found any clues about the 5th sage yet, but I'm not about to give up. What? You found the 5th sage? Interesting. So she's an ancient Zona named Minoru, and even though she's lost her original body, she's pledged to fight alongside us as the Sage of Spirit. I don't know if you find this information helpful, but after I became a sage and returned to town, I discovered an interesting ancient reference. Seek out the swordsman upon the sand and look to where she points. There is treasure waiting underground. Oh, this is definitely something I've already gotten. This has got to be the 8th heroine or something.
Wow.
Armor affiliated with the ancient Gerudo. Alright, Treasure of the Gerudo Desert is all good, which leaves us with a single quest left. And it is one that seems to start from somewhere here on the XY, which probably means underground. Very underground? Forget if I had... No, I don't actually have any Vi outfit for this one, right? So how the hell... Oh. She's in a different... So I guess this is where you would normally find the person if you do it before you fix stuff, but once you fix stuff, she moves. Alrighty. Seems like we're going to the jewelry shop.
Hey.
Oh, Vasak. Oh, accessories. And I'll breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she's not just a highly esteemed artisan. Also plays the chief.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Oh, this is the wrong quest that's on here, which means I accidentally clicked off. This should be easy enough to find. I know the name of it. Give me a quick second here. Oh, wait a minute. My bad. We are headed. I'll just double check that I've got. I mean, I guess I would have to have the other one that's on here. But the we're actually headed back to Lookout Landing for the last one. Yes. Okay. Good. Yeah. I had actually didn't misclick something. I left something in that we'd actually already cleared out. So we're heading back to Lookout Landing. Feels appropriate. Got a very last one. Alrighty. Yeah, I was gonna say we had a similar one with Sidon when we were doing the Lineru ones, where it's like, oh, we already had the Va Rudania. No, Rudania is the Goron one because it's Darunia. Rito? What the hell is that one called? Haruta. Okay. I believe. Why do I have a... Oh, is the star here to remind me of that? No. Don't know why there's a... Oh, wait a minute. Why did I do that? Oh, because I had... Yeah, there was a quest that I thought we had here, but I also forgot to take that one off. So that's fine. What rotten luck. Oh, Spot, where'd you get off to? Spot? Are we talking to myself? Did you? Spot's name, my beloved horse. It's missing, ran away before the stable was built. Gentle beige coat. Unique gray dappling. Somewhere with a nice view taking in the sights. High places, but not far. Well, this seems like a decent possibility. This also, but like... And there's also this as a possibility. But let's do purple first. Yep. And I did not talk to this guy very much. I'm going to turn off my... my sensor at this point. There's really nothing that I'm like specifically looking for anymore. Alright. It's a beige with gray spots. It's a very odd color. Well, actually, hang on a second. If he's a unique horse... is it not going to be... Well, you know what, though? Let's target with the sensor anyway. Yeah, there is a horse nearby. Although I feel like that's just going to be wild horses. There's not really a lot of heights over there. Let's start with this and then we'll fly in that direction just to Be great if it was compendium unique. It would make my life a lot easier. Ooh. Just found something. Alright, so... There's also one that seemed to be to the... Oh, this is just going to get me to the ones that are in the stable. So no, let's go south to the forest here. Got some horses up here. Let's put on our sneaky shit. I don't think any of these are the right horse. Oh. Oh my god, it's like a child's drawing of a horse. There we go. Not really what I was expecting when he was like, oh man, I can't do heights anymore. It's the softest imaginable hill, but alright. There you go. No, no, no. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, come on. I'm pressing right. Turn around. Oh, my good lord. Just. Come on, man. There we go. Spot, it's really you. Oh, God. If there's a free life, then I can give him. It's time for me to let him go. Here's you give him a fine young horseman like yourself. As long as he's happy, I'll be happy. Sure. Okay. Spot and I used to split swift carrots all the time back in the day. Make me happy if you split that with your favorite horse, too. Can I bring him here? Yes, please. Yay. Sure. Take care of Spot for me. Oh my god, I can get a reward? What name you think? Spot's the name I chose way back when. But this is your horse now. You come to pick whatever feels... I feel wrong not naming it Spot. Yes. I'm a little surprised that there's not a reaction to me naming it Spot still. Demon King. They're all in Tizzy. Alright, so that is all side quests, all shrine quests, all side adventures, all memories, and technically all main quests, though it will always show these two until you beat Ganondorf each time. Holy cow. So, not a lot of percent completion on the map, but a lot of focus on getting other stuff done. So, I'm still thinking we got a pretty good shot at clearing this out on Thursday. We got all of this stuff over here, up and over there. So, we're going to keep plowing through the highlands. Next time, we're going to dive into the desert, and then we're going to start pushing our way up and see. We're going to do the best we can. I might start a little bit early just to try and like get it done. But yeah, there we go. We have 170 Korok seeds to go, and not a lot else. How many even fights do we have? At most, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 18 fights. We arguably have more. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 possible Addison signs. So only 32 things in here that aren't Korok seeds. So it should start moving pretty swiftly in the next one. But yeah, that is going to be it for me. Standing here like a Yiga. Not like a Link. Not like a hero of something or other. You know what? Let's put on the classic one. There we go. He looks a little weird with just wearing the tunic, and a lot of the other ones have like leggings of various kinds. I'm just gonna put on the Ocarina one just because something about that specific forest green is just an interesting kind of vibe for me. I don't know. But yeah, that is gonna be, yeah, it is the first one that actually gave him pants. Yeah. Though only as an adult. As a kid, he's still wearing like just a standard tunic. But I guess he's got like the collared thing going on under too. But yeah, thank you guys very much for coming. I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good one. We'll see you next time. Hopefully we'll finish it off. And bye.